Okay, we should be unmuted. I'll just do my mic check. It should be good. Means my right mic is working. Okay, perfect. So,
reloading mine.
Welcome to the Invasion session 51, which is crazy, to be honest. Almost a whole year's worth of weekly sessions, Alexander. Somehow. It's a miracle.
Somehow.
Yeah, it's the 26th of May, 2021. I am Ryan, the GM, and here are the players.
Hello, I am Tom. Today I will be Eltris, the barbarian elf. I was going to tell a joke about barbarians there because I heard they were all the rage, but I have none up my sleeve, and I'm just really happy to be here.
Get out.
Did you get that? Did you get that?
Good evening, my name is Alexander, and tonight I will be playing Fleabite the Skaven, who's still pretty terrible at everything.
And further good night from me, Colin, who will be playing Vanger, who is a dwarven clericy, druidy man, guy, dude, etc.
And I'm the new voice in the party. I am Chris, or Grumpy. I will be playing Thoden Stormwatcher, the Goliath in the party.
Yeah. So, that has been achieved somehow. I'll wait for Alexander to give me the all clear on the old audio test as well, if that's what
I
he's up
was
to
trying
instead.
to also do that, but I'm getting a lot of buffering.
Okay.
A lot of buffering.
All good there, Alexander?
Oh, good.
Perfect, thank you. Thank you both for trying that. Right, so, what do you remember from last time?
We made it out the sewers.
Yeah, remember that also. And we met Warren Canty. Not Chianti. You know what? Fine, I said that. Canterbellem.
Warren Chianti is a slightly more obscure name, which would have been better than his actual, pseudonym.
Some Favapines. We reunited him with his sister and Jodie Foster. No, just his sister.
Is that who
Or
we cast
we
for Sarah?
reunited
Is
his
that?
sister with him.
I don't know. Should be fine to play Sarah, I suppose. Yeah. So he's got out of the sewers, away from what seemed like a blood cult, and yeah, he got to have a nice wee camp north of the town.
One of my notes, which I think it's more of a guess, more than something that was definitely stated, or an implication.
Okay, this is getting
Was that-
more solid as we go, yeah.
Cynthia, or Pseudo-Cynthia, was at some point a captive or prisoner, possibly of the Watchers.
Ah, you're trying to piece together the Cynthia puzzle.
I mean, what is a puzzle?
What is a Cynthia?
Excellent question.
Makes sense.
Cynthia sounds like a
What?
rare deep sea mustelid. Not mustelid. Mustelids aren't what I meant to say at all. Mustelids are like
Ferrets.
ferrets. Wolverines, otters.
Yeah.
You know what? A deep sea mustelid sounds funny to me, so I'm going to stick with that.
It's when, obviously, Jack Human was part of the SEAL team.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Anyway, references going over some
They're
people's
quite
heads.
close to dogs,
Moving
to be fair.
on. Anything else you remember besides Cynthia may or may not have been involved in things? Or is that?
I mean, the development of putting people into the bag, that's opened up quite a lot for Fleabite.
Whole new world.
Oh dear.
I mean, we're totally just going to open the bag at some point, and a body's going to fall out. And oh, forgot about that one.
We did encounter Tanan in the compound, or I say we.
Good old Eltris.
Oh, yeah.
Do you remember that now, Eltris? Yeah.
Yep.
Anything else you remember, buddy, from last time?
We all had fun.
In the sun.
No, I just remember we were
Enjoying the commitment, buddy.
made the escape. We got out, had a rest in the woods, and then we came up we met that Sarah's brother.
I know. If I'd cliffhangered it just before I revealed it was him, that would have saved me so much work.
It would also have been quite fun because I think we could all have had various interesting guesses at who it might be.
Mm.
But you know me, trying not to end on cliffhangers every single time, you know?
Also, I would just have concluded it was a vampire.
Yeah, I mean, I'm so surprised you're not convinced both the Bolems aren't vampires anyway, just for the hell of it. So yeah.
They don't give me those vibes. Too
I mean-
much Palatinius.
I
Too
think
Roman.
we have good reason to believe that Sarah is not one yet, but that
Yeah.
kind of
Yeah.
feels like there wasn't. We've managed to stray her from that path.
Mm. Goals. Let's talk about those. So,
Oh yeah, I remember that.
yeah. So, once everybody
I
else
didn't
gets to the
like
game
this one.
manager. Yep. Perfect.
Is it really still new goals, or are they really still new goals? I should say?
Well, so long as the old goals tab still exists, yes. Yeah.
Oh, just looked at the old goals tab.
That implies that there's an intermediate, which is merely called goals.
It's usually just the conversation, I feel. Yeah, the old goals are bizarre.
That's a trip.
How bizarre is that song? I really
liked-
don't like goals.
How you said that's a trip and it's go on another journey. That's what you had highlighted when you said that, Alexander. It's good. Also, the thing that actually sounds like a whiny git, which is the win a significant wager against Adair. The way you've typed it, it's perfect.
He won a wager.
So,
Wasn't significant.
speaking of the goals that are in place at the moment, we have convinced Charleston to reclaim his house unless he's in on it. We've got get Sarah home alive, enlist Utior Eric to help in the Barris quest, uncover the Noah Glint secret, and learn the outcome of the Blood Prince ritual. We then have some personal goals, which is establish a place to lay low for Fleabite. Bellatrix has earned the title of Chosen One, and we have investigate the Belem Taki connection for Wenger.
Indeed.
I can now actually type in Thorin's name in here for when we have a goal. Oh, hello, strike through.
That works. I like it.
Died already.
Already
Why is this
gone.
Mother Alex.
Yeah, don't put it past it.
Yeah. Obviously, don't worry too much about having. Also, I've not spelled that correctly. It's an extra H that I've missed out. There we go. Wabam.
I keep forgetting as well, don't worry.
That's okay. I was looking at that's too short. Why is it too short? Stared at the Discord name. I'm not seeing it. Why is it too short? My brain just couldn't see that second H. That's okay. We're there now. Don't worry so much about goals. Feel free to chip in if you have opinions and stuff about them, but if you don't, there is no pressure straight away. It took Tom a wee while to fully embrace the one he decided to run from. So it's these things happen,
Yeah.
but they're just nice guides. As for where we are in the game, we have a very brief montage-based style chat to try and see how quickly we can get Soden into the party. Here is some information in the meta for everybody. Thorin was going to be a Sherpa type guide hired by Utior on his original trek up the mountain. Quite a nice way in, I thought, to the overall party goals, which is good. So, ideally your story will involve syncing up with Utior at some point. I figured as well, if need be, you could use Utior to perhaps help Sarah and her bro onto a boat at that random harbour village where all the kind of supplies come in to Evershade. And I say all the supplies, the rare occasion things get sent in to Evershade or out. I imagine we can just say he has contacts there because he is a drunk and enjoys drinking in many places. So yeah, probably spent a lot of time and money there back in the day when looking for his brother.
Now Saruman of many places.
Mhm,
Sorry.
mhm, mhm. So, how do people, and by people I mostly mean the Vanguard, Fleabite, and to a degree Eltrus department in terms of what we're willing to wrap up quicker than other things for speeding this stage of the game up? What's the parts you would like to focus on? What's the parts you wouldn't mind skipping through for the sake of brevity? What's things you would like to say has definitively happened on the way? Because getting Thoden into the party will just be a case of hooking up with Utior, making contact with him, and as I said, he could help you get them onto a boat at least, in a way, and also put you in contact with Thoden, who will, just for the sake of convenience, be in the local area, wherever that area may be. Might be in Evershade.
Barris?
Again,
Sad
daisies.
Yep, it might just be wandering the local land, might be up at the harbour town with Utior. Who knows? Maybe Utior was there meeting him for a drink, as per.
With or with the tier.
So, useful feedback now, please. What's the thoughts?
Well, it sounds like Chris's sort of character will naturally tie more into the Barris side of things, so whatever we don't skip past probably ought to be more Barrisy, although again we don't really have anything to go on, so it's not like that would make sense.
I think for the most part it's going to help streamline the fact that you want to try and climb Barris at some point. Mount Barris, that is. B, you just wanted to enlist Utior Eric to help in the Barris quest, and I feel like this is the perfect way he could help.
Yeah.
Either by going as well as an NPC, and we call them liabilities sometimes, or just having that translate to Thoden. And obviously that could also nicely summarise Get Sarah Home Alive as well. And if that's the case, if we're doing that, I'm deleting both of those goals, and I'll just give you one goal's worth of XP for that, since it is essentially an autocomplete for both of them.
I would be fine with that.
Mhm.
How does everyone else feel?
Yeah, no, that sounds like a sensible way of doing it.
Yeah, I feel like that way you get rid of like Sarah and Cantor, and then you get Thoden in, and it doesn't stop you guys dealing with Evershade if you want to still deal with Evershade first, for example. That's not an issue as well. I don't want to rob you of going back to Evershade. The easiest way I can do this is if you start heading towards the harbour town, bump into Utior, who's on his way to meet Thoden for a drink, hoping that Thoden will pay for said drink, obviously, because it's Utior. All the connections can nicely get made, you can trade friends, and then that neatly ties that up. I think that's pretty good in terms of streamlining the start of this. Because other than that, it's just waiting ages to get Thoden actually into the conversation with the party, which I think's a bit... Yeah, you can skip that. And I don't mind just combining those two autocompletes into actual XP for you guys. I think that's fair, since we're skipping certain things you could have done.
I think that Vanguard probably would be just as soon short of Evershade, right? Because his focus is more... Evershade, I think, had more ties for, unfortunately, some of the individuals who have left, and maybe doesn't have so much of a tie for me personally, and
That's fine. That's
I would be inclined
dues,
to
yeah.
say that might be true of the rest of the party. I don't know if there was anything really... I know there is some stuff. There's the kid's name.
Yes, exactly. That Falcon is the one sort of draw for Fleabite still in Evershade.
I would just
I
head
think
back in and see if you can recruit them for this mountain trip now.
Sounds safe.
I think personally, sort of Alexander would enjoy continuing with the Evershade intrigue and plot, but I understand that the mountain will also be fun. So
There's
I
no
would
guarantee
enjoy-
the mountain's going to be as fun as Evershade. Okay?
I don't believe that.
I like your
I trust in
confidence.
your DMing skill.
Oh.
The way I sort of looked at it was like Evershade was ultimately a way to get.
Yeah,
The
it was
map.
meant to. Well, technically you've only spent a week, right? At the moment until we decide how long you've taken to do this middle bit, you've only had a week here anyway. Like almost exactly. In fact, it is in fact
You
exactly a
can
week.
always return if
Mhm.
need be.
Yeah.
Later date.
Just depends how badly the mountain goes. If it falls on top of Evershade, then maybe not. But aye, yeah. It's up to, as I said, it just if people have got business in there, I say you go back. If you don't, then move on. Eltris obviously had a bit of
Yeah, I was just
connections
thinking
with
about
Evershade ever so slightly as well, given his whole Chosen One thing. Fleabite with Falcon, and I mean, arguably, an invite to the wedding. Right. Maybe not
I mean,
Fleabite specifically, but
Yeah,
Vanguard.
Fleabite wasn't.
Don't know if you're part of the group that recovered the lost package. Maybe Lord
I
Tanan
think
would
that
think
may
differently.
no longer quite count for us.
So,
Just isn't.
Eltris, any thoughts?
Well, I was also kind of thinking, obviously, the whole point of me being in Evershade was to find allies, but like, firstly, like, obviously, it was meant to be more of, like, I don't know, you know what I mean? Like, would that be okay to leave? Would that be happy enough to leave? Do you think? Probably.
You kind of haven't told any of the party that you kind of want to go
Yeah.
murder a bunch
See,
of people that killed your soldiers. So,
Yeah.
I haven't
I'm
really
also
told
thinking
them
of
that
maybe
part yet, which is
really
fine. You've get caught up in a bit of the whole Chosen One buzz. You know?
In fairness, he did tell Fleabite. Now, Fleabite didn't really explain to anyone else, but I do just recall sort of Fleabite saying, and he's looking for resources and help.
Yeah, I think he told everybody he was looking for
aware
help.
that
Yeah,
you wanted help. Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's true.
But
Yeah,
in a way, don't we all?
exactly. You know,
I found my help within my friends.
see?
You get by
That's
with a little help.
friendship.
But where do you lie on Evershade? Do you want to go back and do more things in
Uh,
Evershade? There is.
I think eventually, because like, I mean, kind of outside of the game here and kind of meta wise, I'm thinking like, obviously my goal is still to earn the title of the Chosen One, and there's the overall goal there about the Blood Prince ritual and finding out what that was about, you know.
Mhm.
So I think it'd be a good idea to come back at some point. It might not have to obviously be anytime soon. Like we could just kind of go back in a few years and be like, oh yeah, what was that thing you were doing again? You know.
What if they've moved on and found a new Chosen One by then, buddy? Wouldn't you be raging?
It'd be so sad.
I'm going to
Don't
go
wait
out on a
for
limb
me.
and say that they won't do that.
The Chosen Second isn't exactly
The
a
Chosen
cool.
One probably has some religious significance, I would be inclined to say.
So,
Yeah, I think I would like to go back at some point in Thingy.
so the phrase "at some point" doesn't that undercut the fact that you have current goals based on Evershade?
Mhm.
Like they're slotted now, and obviously at the end of the session we can change them to make them more relevant. But that's the only thing I would highlight in that regard, in case that changes your opinions at all. But it's really up to you guys, because I feel like you know the montage from getting from where you are with Cantor, getting him and Sarah all the way up to the harbour town, and then, like, let me bring up the map and move us over to here. And so, see, where are we? Do I have a tool that's going to make this easier? No snapping, there we go. Like there, that part in there. So where just next to the S of Sweetwater is going to be where said harbour town would have to be. So it's a fair trek.
Yeah.
There and back.
There and back again.
Only 17 feet.
Yeah,
Don't
that
make me
is
change all the
a
settings.
one-to-one scale.
Yep. Imagine. That'd be just. Was it the old
How
Channel
long
4?
would that take someone to go from where they are to there?
That is probably about maybe if they have a mode of transport, about a week, as long as nothing happens to them. But it's 2 weeks on foot. So each square is roughly like a week of travel, unassisted. It's not that big a world.
Right, okay.
And I guess that's presuming you don't make a really bad survival roll.
It's just presuming a lot of things. It's the ideal condition is, it's about a week. Give or take narrative need. So, if yous were fast, and
That's the Wolves of Ice Rack.
if yous were very, very, very fast, yous could get there and back in 2 weeks, assuming yous went back to Evershed. If yous were very fast. But that would be quite a feat to pull that off, unassisted.
Bio.
So, but that's where you would be. I just steal Sweetwater's little thing and make another.
Stealing is illegal.
How do you know?
Not if
what
he's the
Sweetwater
GM.
laws? What Sweetwater's laws allow such things? Let me edit that now.
Can such things be?
Who wants to name the harbour town?
Steve.
What did you call it? Type it in so I can.
Steve.
Steve. Okay.
Ah, yes, the Harborton.
Steve.
Harborton.
Harborton.
Hey, come on. We've done on the nose names here before. Remember the last anvil? Or was it Lost Anvil?
The Lost Anvil. Yeah. What was wrong with that? I liked the Lost Anvil.
It was a dwarven pub with anvils everywhere called the Lost Anvil.
Yeah, it was a franchise. Hey, that was a great pub
Yes, I've got nothing against that.
with the people
We sang
throwing
Danny
like
up the fuck with us, you see.
what was it? You and Mort betting on who'd win between the elf
Oh
and the
God,
dwarf
yeah, the
outside.
fight.
Yeah, and then Mort stabbing out like a hand axe into the door frame outside, just being like, "Who left his hand axe here? Oh, I wonder who." And walked inside because he'd bet on the dwarf, so he tried to
Yeah.
arm him.
Happy days.
Oh, I know the long distant past. There you go. I've named it. It's a terrible name, but it's on the map now.
Jesus.
Yeah, the River Steve flows down into whatever the sea is called.
Oh dear.
Jobs.
No, let's not go there. But anyway, so where do you just wanna
Let's throw another one in the chat.
where do you just wanna pick up from? Then just wanna pick up from the Harborton by Steve village, or just wanna be back at Evershade to make climb? Because you'd probably be best climbing from roughly Evershade, not necessarily exactly Evershade. But that would probably be where Thoden and Utur were planning on going. Also, sounds like during the conversation Utur wasn't coming along. I took that kind of executive understanding, but you can
I
have
think
him if
that's-
you really want.
No, my vote is that seems like a good way to get us and or him killed.
Oh,
But it might be a way to get us not killed if he is killed.
Wet bridge. So good. Yeah. Oh dear.
I'm trying to think how, like, I'm not anticipating that a situation in which he would get killed would be like as like a sacrifice in our place. I'm thinking it'd be more likely like I
Just
don't
on the
know,
way
an
to your
angry
death.
soul
Yeah.
steps on him.
Yeah. He's the
My best friend
he's the
calls
red
it
shirt
so.
of the away team though. That's
Hmm.
what it would be, right?
Right, and you don't treat the red shirt like a red shirt,
Okay.
Can't just say that in universe.
I think
But no, like,
you
I
shouldn't say it in
definitely feel like-
universe. I agree.
Vanger would be in favor of him staying put.
Yeah. I think he'll make sure I nearly said the Twinans there. He'll make sure the Belems go home.
Hey, Glad.
That'd be an awful twist if it was the Twinans in disguise.
it was me all along.
Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I would be for us starting like back in Evershade.
Okay, yeah. So just a 2 weeks later vibe, basically.
When we say in Evershade,
Yeah, like Evershade in the surrounding area, right?
I don't know necessarily. I know I would be in Evershade.
I just think
That's
Fleabag really wants to go back into Evershade. Like, are you hoping that Madame Emerald still got paid the money? Like, it wasn't collected? Or...
No. I'm kind of just hoping she hasn't been taken away and tortured.
Yeah. Mhm.
That's very considerate for Skaven.
I mean, I'll let him now. I very much had intended to go and burn down the Emerald Inn, just to try
Just to be safe.
well, to make it look more like they weren't helping us, just to give them some plausible deniability.
That's
Yeah.
fair.
No one will think we're friends if I do this.
It's not
Yeah.
the worst logic, is it?
It's ingenious.
Right, okay. Mhm.
And Fleabag gets to burn something down. Win-win.
That is the largest of brain.
How could it possibly go wrong?
I literally cannot conceive of a downside to this plan.
Well, I'd say then yous will be outside Evershade in the forest, right? That's a good place to start. And then you can decide who wants to go in and who doesn't for various reasons. And who wants to have made efforts to reduce the journey time there and back, or does not care? He's happy for time to pass.
I think we should try not to dawdle too much because, end of the world.
Yeah.
So I could roll a survival or something.
Well, let's talk it out as a group, folks. Let's have this conversation as a group. This is a player group, not so much a character group. Like, what? Em, do you get any particular
I don't
reason to
really
take
have
your time? It's okay.
What kind of check would it be? Sorry.
But we're not discussing that. We're mostly discussing do we have any reasons to take our time, or would just try and rush back? And Wenger said he would try and rush back because end of the world and all that. nonsense.
Rush might be an
Rush
option.
or not
I
rush
would
is the
not-
options. It's a binary choice here.
Okay.
So don't read too much into that.
Rush.
Yeah, then I leave towards rush.
Eltris?
Okay.
Yep. You have it.
I can
Okay. Cool. I'm pleased. We're all on board. Okay. So who has the best survival?
Survival is +3.
Mine's is 4.
Oh, there you go.
0.
Looks like we're going with the rat.
Well, Thoden?
I do a check again.
I don't know what you're saying. You're too quiet.
What am I doing?
You're looking to see what number is next to your survival skill. It's at the left-hand side.
Six.
There you go.
Okay, maybe it should be him.
Okay. So, if I type this... What are we on? 51? That's it. Right, do you want to give me is anyone going to assist him at all?
I'll assist.
Yeah, so do you want to give me an advantage roll, Thoden, on survival?
Roll.
Well, hey,
Nicely done.
look at that.
Thank you.
Even with advantage, that'd be pretty damn good too. Like-
Yeah, that would have gone quite well either way.
Yeah. So, yeah, I'd say you can make it there fairly quickly on the way back if yous are all maybe a bit huffed out by that point, so everybody's maybe catching their breath, but yeah, definitely good. Right, so you've had you've had a week now within Thoden's company, so what would have came up, Thoden, in that week, conversationally, with the group? Like, what would you have been willing to share with the gang, assuming they're obviously going to share stuff with you?
History with UTR, probably.
Mm-hmm. Just talk about how you know each other and stuff.
Conversation between. Yeah, how I'm actually. Essentially, my backstory into the game.
Mhm.
Or my connection into the game rather than my backstory. Probably what I'm doing, like why I'm about, sort of thing, like who I am, sort of. That's obviously
Okay.
a given.
Do you want to tell them that then? That's probably worth telling them now.
I'll just read it from my bio.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, that works. So just go through the whole
Just whatever you
character
think.
backstory.
Whatever you think would have came up in that week of travelling with the gang, because keep in mind they're likely to talk back at you as well. But for the purposes of this conversation, it's just worthwhile giving them whatever you feel would come up.
I'm a no talker.
So am I. Well, probably my name's his name's Stoden Stormwatcher. And my basis for being where I am is I'm the invasion, or the invaders have took over the camp or area my clan was in, and I've been looking for a new camp for my people to survive in, or a new area location to relocate to, which is the basic overview of what I'm doing.
Yeah, if you look on the map, this place here is the area he's from.
Okay.
It's like a kind of village at the
The
top of one of the
mountainous
mountains.
regions.
Yeah.
Is that on the old road?
I know. The old road goes like
Okay.
that
Yep.
way. I mean, you'd probably be as well travelling the old road. And then obviously cutting off about like there.
Mm-hmm.
There probably is paths if you know where to look, because people probably do travel this way, but they probably don't want it like super broadcasted.
I did.
But obviously the invasion happened all over the place, so it wasn't like the
Yeah.
only portals opened up here. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, so that is where Thorin is from, at least. So
I can't believe I never put two and two together with Atuin.
no,
Oh my god.
it's all right,
I
isn't
just
it?
realised what that was.
It's all right.
It's only because I was reading The Colour of Magic the other week.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, right?
Aye. Don't you hit me with that shit. So, anything else then? Do you want to hit us up with what else would come up then, Biddy? Thorin.
I think. What would have came up?
How much did you catch of like us chatting? Because I think you were in the chat the other week. Am I right in saying that?
Yeah, I've been in most of the recent ones.
And the last two, for the most part, yeah. Obviously, catch
Yeah.
what I can.
Do you have an idea at least of what our characters are like?
Somewhat, yeah.
It might be worth just having a sort of quick rundown of that then.
Yeah, take it away, Vanger.
Yeah, Vanger is a pretty laid back, benevolent sort of guy. He's quite pious but not zealous, is how I would describe him. He's very tolerant and open, but he sees the world very much through a framework based on his particular interpretation of his particular religion. He tends to prefer cooperation over conflict, but he is willing to hit someone in the face with a hammer if he has to. And broadly just is willing to get on with people most of the time, unless there is some pressing reason that he shouldn't, right? Like being a bit off put by someone's weird religious beliefs is kind of like par for the course. He can deal with that, but he started to see the blood imagery and he was a little concerned because, generally speaking, in his mind, blood is generally best kept within the body. And so, like, the whole Blood Prince thing, he didn't immediately want to go, oh, this is bad news, because he didn't know about it. But instinctively, he was like, eh. But yeah, like he generally sort of keeps that in check and is mostly kind of a just sort of benevolent, helpful guy who get along with pretty much everyone because that's what needs to be done for the mission, and the mission is to stop a greater threat than any of this pish. So he's quite willing to put aside his differences for the greater good, and just generally a pretty good chap.
There you go. Any questions for him then, Thoden?
No, that's pretty clear. There's no complaints, no questions.
He's a pretty simple guy.
Yeah.
Would the fact that you are quite devout yourself, Thoden, come up?
Probably.
Okay.
Yeah, being a Tempest cleric.
Mm-hmm.
Would probably
Okay.
came up.
And when you say Tempest,
Yeah, do you want to tell him your god?
2 wee seconds, my daughter just walked in.
No worries.
Right.
because I'm sensing a theme.
Hey, this isn't me, by the way. This is just what people pick when they join.
This? Sorry guys, 2 seconds.
It's okay.
I really like pious but not zealous as a description of Vanguard.
Mm-hmm. It's pretty apt.
Yeah,
Sure.
that's what I'm trying to convey, and I'm glad it comes across.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Back.
Right. So,
So yeah, my sort of religion, the Stormwatcher clan, or the Children of Krayla, as the formal title is, worship a goddess who's the mother of storm and harvest, named Krayla. And she takes the... How have I worded this to put it properly? And this. Yeah, so she takes the sorrow from the village, or the clan, who are obviously of the clan who worship her, and brings that back in the form of rain or her tears. So she takes
Okay.
that and then allows us to allows the clan to have better crops for harvest, making beer, making all that sort of stuff. So we worship her for her thanks, and she is obviously then causes thunderstorms and rain, and yeah.
That's
Really
cool.
does.
yeah.
That's kind of familiar.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Definitely takes you back
Don't know
to
what you're
having a nosy at that book that you read in that
Yeah.
study that one time. Mm-hmm. I did tell you it was quite a popular one in the local villages and stuff.
Although we did notice that there weren't so many of the local villages anymore. So
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, actually, including this
Yeah,
one.
I know.
Yep. That's how it goes, sadly.
So-
yeah.
I'm getting quite a rugged sort of between the sort of living in a encampment of some sort, the quite primal sounding aspects of the sort of goddess. I'm definitely, and also the kind of Sherpa thing that Ryan mentioned. I'm definitely getting a fairly primal idea, like maybe sort of akin to Eltrus in ways, actually.
I think the difference being that Eltrus is very much
great.
elven. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Like they might get on famously, or it might be anything but that. Who knows?
You could say sparks might fly between them.
Oh,
Nice.
Amazing,
You're-
amazing.
Mhm.
you card.
That's one way of describing me, I suppose. Yeah. Fleabite. How much do you
Yes,
think would have
yes.
come up about you?
I mean, the first time Fleabite saw I want to say Ungoliant, but I know it's not that. What's the term of the race?
Goliath?
Goliath. Right.
Not an evil thing inspired.
7 foot
Yeah.
Not Shelob's mum. No.
Yeah, I know. That's why I knew that was right. So first time seeing a Goliath, probably being like, hide. Clearly, this is not a good place because am I right in thinking they are a large creature?
I'm currently standing at 7'7".
No, like it means like mechanically speaking, he's medium. He's a medium creature. No.
Oh, right.
Ah, well,
Yeah. Like arguably Lauda is the biggest thing you've maybe seen that was
Okay.
in the party. Maybe. Can't remember the exact dimensions of Lauda. I think Lauda was like 8 foot something. So yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, medium covers a large range.
Yeah, it does.
I need to remember to clip that.
Yep.
A whole lot of medium.
So as for things that would have come up, I guess there would, yeah, that sort of just kind of be a bit skittish just because of your size, and you might have noticed that Fleabite does use magic, but not a lot. And I think like that sort of thing I was saying about burning down the tavern that's kind of Fleabite being nice.
Okay.
Burning down their livelihood as a way to try and help them. That does just make sense to Fleabite. So that's sort of not necessarily helpful or particularly kind, but yeah, fairly.
What was the question?
Yeah, no, I'm trying to
Yeah,
think of
you-
things that might have come up in
You
the.
sort of fit the bracket of I'm a rat.
Yeah,
Like,
like constantly, you would have noticed that he's quite constantly hungry, able to eat quite a lot despite being small.
Yeah.
You probably had some trouble understanding a lot of what he said, and it would take you a little bit to sort of tune out babble and listen to what he's actually trying to say.
He's a chatty one.
I think it was a weekend is probably early in the process. Fair to say.
Yeah, no, I think that's fair enough. Anything Vanguard would ask, I actually kind of cut over that as well. I meant to go back to that. But the religion aspect, since that came up, anything that you think you'd have engaged him with regarding the fact that the Storm Mother has come up before?
Possibly, but nothing's immediately coming to mind.
That's
but
okay.
it's something I can ask in game as and when it sort of seems to crop up.
That's what this is just doing, essentially, is laying foundation work for that to be a bit smoother. What about Fleabite then? Is Thoden going to ask anything of Fleabite during that week? Anything you might have specifically told him over the rest, or what's your...
probably not.
Mhm.
Probably came across as of the what's with the rat
Mhm.
in my mind.
Because that's not common, a talking rat.
No,
Yeah.
so probably just stick with the.
Okay.
Why is there a rat?
It's probably offered you tea a lot more than you would have expected. Would
Probably.
that be fair to say, Fleabite?
It would be definitely fair that it would be more than expected. Might not be often, but you wouldn't expect any, and it may have happened.
Anything you'd ask of
I
him?
was. One other thing would be that probably what's with the rat probably didn't get a very useful answer.
Fair pretty much.
Whence cometh the rat?
Anytime MD addresses Rocket Raccoon in a Marvel movie, the reply Rocket gives are usually perfect, such as right up until this very second I thought you were a Build-A-Bear, and his reply is just, maybe I am. You know, yeah, like that's pretty much how you deal with Fleabite when he doesn't care or understand the question. So at 50-50 sometimes. Eltris, what would you tell?
Absolutely nothing. No, I'm joking. Don't know. I would have probably just told him about. Well, I think. So obviously, I was in the army at first, so I'm a soldier. So because of that, quite let's say militant. Whatever that means, it's like a good
Militant
word.
Powerful, yeah, evocative. Yeah.
Sounded good. Sounded good.
Yeah. Obviously, with his while he's been talking about his goddess and stuff, I'd have probably just chimed in and been like, "I am the storm," so that's a thing. Yeah, probably just advising that I can obviously use big storm powers. What is it? Is it a storm herald barbarian?
Yeah.
Yeah. So obviously I can kind of harness the power of the storm. So there's a good chance that I probably am his god.
Are you a female?
Always something to.
You don't.
To fully step on that particular topic, Vanguard, to go back to your point you brought up, we've had a Storm Herald Barbarian already,
Mhm.
and
have.
we've had a Tempest Cleric, and we've now got another Storm Herald Barbarian and another Tempest Cleric. It's good. It's definitely a popular choice in this world. There must be something about this world that implies stormy. Yeah, but it's good. It means the Storm Mothers had a lot of work, so I like that. It is good. Not as many for Chaos, though. Per Chaos. Anyways, sorry, Tom, please continue.
No, it's okay. I don't know what else. I think just kind of probably obviously the backstory with the being in the military and stuff. I've probably told him about my military company being slaughtered before my very eyes, and yeah, I can't think of anything else that would probably come up. To be honest, I've just been enjoying listening because I think with the rest of the group, I think I've only really been here a few hours, like with everyone. You know what I mean? Because we've done like the sewer thing, and then it's this. So I think I'll probably also be getting to know everyone else.
Yeah,
in
because
this
you would have
time.
had the 2-week, ish journey towards the village in the first
Mhm.
place, towards Harborton by Steve. Um, so, yeah, I will definitely not remember the name of that place. But yeah, you remember, like, you've at least had a bit more time with the group now, right? So
Yeah.
obviously, if there's anything you feel would have came up during that as well, like, feel free to go back to that 2-week period and say, by the way, during that 2-week period, could this have been something? As long as it makes sense
Yeah.
to have come up there, not like, okay, we've just all designed secret handshakes,
But we did.
Okay, tell me about them. Why did that happen on your
Um,
2-week journey?
Eltris puts out his hand and Fleabite bites it.
And that's a secret handshake.
I mean, fair, yeah. Okay.
I
got
don't.
really
I think
awkward when I started biting him, but it's
if you were to try and teach Vanger a secret handshake, he would probably not fully be paying attention and would just like unthinkingly shake your hand and then wonder what this weirdo's shaking hands for. But be polite, too polite to say, "What are you doing this for?"
Fair.
I think
but
I'd
yeah,
probably be the same.
I think you're good though. I think this would be before you've joined. You get to avoid this
Yeah.
weird part.
Ah,
This is the 2
Nice,
weeks
nice.
towards where you are, and it's a week back
Ah.
because you made sure it was less time going back the way. So you get to skip the awkward secret handshake, which is mostly just Fleabite biting him.
fair enough. Fair enough.
Not bad.
I
Not
think that would probably be everything, though. Really, I think once
Hello.
we met up, Odin, though, I probably
Thank
would
you.
have said, "By the way, we all have secret handshakes, and we should probably come up with one." And that's about it, to be honest.
bad. Yeah. Ah, good. Good.
Just on a side note, one of Slytherin's my partner Sherry.
Nice.
Just so you're aware.
Hello and thank you for the follow, Sherry.
So
Yeah. So here we are now, all caught up
Entertain us.
outside Evershade City. What's the plan? Now that yous are here. MD going in, MD going anywhere else, any business to attend to, any last minute supplies that yous want to get. I'm just going to assume yous foraged for food on the way there and back, because
We've
There's-
got some decent.
there's
yeah,
enough
between
between yous. Yeah, I don't even need to think about that. So
us. I could just make good berries.
exactly, so I'm not going to bother. Remember, Colin, your spell list, have you ever sent me a screenshot of your spell list?
It's entirely possible I've done that, but probably not.
Do you want to send me one just to tell me what your current spells are on Discord? Just use the clipping tool and then just send me your spells page.
You know, I will never remember to do that, Ryan.
Well, that's why I'm telling you to do it now.
I
So-
also forgot.
So it's
I
done.
just want to use the clipping
So
tool.
Windows, Shift, so the Windows button, Shift and I want to say S.
Whatever happened to just print screen? Back
What?
in the good old days, Ryan, we
Is
would
it
print
S?
screen.
It's not S. No, it's S. So Windows key plus Shift plus S, and that should bring up the snipping tool. Or you could just type in snip into, like, press the Windows key and type snip. Should be there.
Hey, this is all
Yeah.
arcane to me.
Yeah.
That work? Let's find out.
Just put in PM on Discord for me when you can.
Oh, and a PM, right?
Yeah.
I understand how this.
And also hello
That-
to
That worked. That worked.
Drifter as well. Hello. I'll have a look in 2 seconds.
I don't know why Shield of Faith is red. Did I click on it or something?
So
Yeah, I must have just been hovering over it. That's fine.
let's see. Dear God, is that everything you've got prepared? Everything that's pipped red?
I think I can prepare.
You can prepare a lot because you get
Yeah, I think
loads
that's
of
all.
low level stuff.
Well, the thing is to remember a couple of four of these are not from.
Yeah, you
my
don't need to
spell
pip
list,
them,
they're
it's the
just
GD.
things I always know. Right,
Yeah.
I should unpip them. Yeah,
That's
the,
fine,
The
yeah.
GD and the CS.
Yeah, you can unpip all that. That's probably
a
why it looks
couple of
crazy.
them are-
Okay, that's fine then.
So long as
You're I just want your up to date spell lists. Yeah.
unpipped those things. that
Imagine
need to
having
not be pipped.
lists.
I know it's people that
I
have
think I can
to
probably
have the
see
joys
that
of
I've
it.
rested enough to be at full health by now.
Yeah,
I
you
was
all
1
can be.
point
Yeah,
short.
yeah, you all can be. It has been 3 weeks. Yeah.
So we
that's
can have full health.
You've had 3 weeks rest, essentially.
Talk about a long rest.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, also consider the amount of healing I can do over like a
And
single
good
long
berries give you
rest.
1 health as well per bang. Mm-hmm. Okay. But yeah, essentially, anytime you want to change your spell list after like a long rest, clip it, send me it, the new pipped version, and that's it.
Sure.
That's just the admin side of that. Remember as well when you're updating your spell list, if it's not on your spell list, drag and drop it from the compendium, but don't delete what you're not preparing. Just unpip it because you'll probably prepare it again in the future. Which does mean eventually, if you do cycle through the entire list, you'll have the entire list on your sheet. But it is more convenient
Sure.
than deleting it off and re-adding it, to be fair. So, yeah. How are you getting on there, Chris?
Just got it all pipped and just saving and sending over.
Perfect. See, with the snipping tool, you can just paste straight after you've did the snip, as it were. You can paste straight into Discord that way, which is handy.
They
You
also-
want it on in specific, just straight to you personally?
Yeah,
or-
just straight to me personally, yeah. And what I'll do is
I was going to make a joke there and then it didn't.
I'll pin them every time I do this as well, so we can jump straight to them if our conversations get crowded with other messages. You should be able to pin a message as well, so yeah, send it to me, hit pin, and then that'll be us, we'll move on. I think it's on my main page. That's where the Discord link is. Actually, let me go. Alexander, you're a mod. Can you get the Discord link from my main page?
Yeah.
Thank you.
You double check that to make sure it's okay.
I mean, I'm gonna assume it is. Also, see all the ones that have like DS. You don't need to pip
Mhm.
them. They're always on. Okay.
Well.
Yeah.
Let's try this again.
So
Yeah.
that's fine. Let me sort that out. Don't worry, Drifter 88 will get you sorted. Yeah. Perfect, thank you.
But it speaks for itself then.
Okay, so anyway, while the casters sort out their spell lists and such, what is the plan, guys? What's Fleabite? You heading back into the city for anything, supply-wise, or?
Yeah, probably try and making a conscious effort to be unnoticed.
Okay.
If I was going alone, but and if I was going with other people, then would try and impress upon the need for secrecy to them too.
Secret boy.
And head in.
Cool. Are you having that conversation with them in the group before you go in?
I guess so. I presume we're just on a narratively convenient outskirts of the city.
Yeah, just in the forest nearby. Yeah, just trying to keep out of sight of anybody that might be watching.
Then Fleabite would probably say, "What go into City Nest Warren? There is things still to of be continued."
I have to say, I'd rather avoid the place if I can.
Fleabite would probably just nod to that, like, yeah, that makes sense. So,
What were we? What were you thinking we tend to?
I guess Fleabite would say, must ensure that skitter tracks are clear and not be followed, yes.
Aye. That's Oh, that just occurred to me. Disadvantage can probably be safely removed.
I know, it's so, it felt so good clicking that.
Yeah, I mean, I think we got that at the end of the last session, but I just hadn't removed disadvantage
Mhm.
yet.
Yeah, it's been a long time coming, getting rid of that last level of exhaustion.
It has. Well, you reckon you can get in and out and avoid any unpleasant business with the Lord and Lady?
That would be aim, yes. Unpleasant business may find me, but we'll run it off.
Aye, I trust you will.
So something you notice above the city still, besides the cloud layer that's always there, is Von Rune's airship still up there. You can still see the hull of it dipping below the clouds. Why would that bug you, Alexander?
I was really hoping, in my mind that had cleared, and I was like, we don't need to worry about that anymore.
I think you noticing him will lead to me noticing him, and
It's not difficult to notice, yeah.
yeah, but maybe just hadn't registered before that it was something worth noting.
Yeah.
And he'll sort of see Fleabite looking at it and maybe looking a little sketchy, and he'll sort of think aloud. Right, I did notice he's still there. Funny that.
Fluo probably just looks a bit sort of grimace and maybe say, well, I don't know, not sure there's anything worth saying at that, but
What's Alicia's plans then?
That's a good question.
So Fleabite's
See, 'cause
posed that he's going to go into the city again to get some loose ends tied up, I guess.
in my head, I'm thinking, is it such a good idea if I go in because
Just say it aloud.
the Watchers, you know, and if they see me, like, you know, that's what I'm kind of thinking in my head.
But what are you saying out loud as
I
Eltress?
don't know yet.
Because that was fairly okay
Was-
to just have been that, to be honest.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, you could literally say exactly that, and that would be
Yeah.
more than sufficient.
Yeah, I suppose I'll probably just say something along those lines then and just say, what about the Watchers? If we're spotted here, would that not cause some issue?
You certainly shouldn't be seen.
We might be able to take effort so that you are not as recognizable, yes, but that may be not as effective as you not be seen at all, yes.
What about Thorin? Anything to weigh in on the conversation?
He would probably turn around and say he has no business in the city.
Mhm.
If people are staying, he's more than happy to stay here.
I'd be quite happy to camp out here with you, but I suspect if there's any business in the city, strength in numbers might be.
Or more visible in great numbers, yes.
True.
Yes.
What's the range on your telepathy, Fleabite? Is it
Uh,
miles per
decent.
d6?
No, but it is some amount of miles. Just check.
Because, I mean, it's an easy way to give feedback. right?
1 mile.
Okay. So, within reason, you could, scout a bit out. It just means people might have to linger close to the city walls. But, obviously not all the walls are got, like, constant patrols or anything, as you know. Since you have climbed over them and went through and under them and stuff before, so, yeah.
Well, if we camp out at one of the less patrolled areas, say in the old bit of the city, unless, of course, they've got wise to the fact that that's how we snuck out the last time. But failing that, it might be a nice little place to camp out.
Can I ask your favourite question?
What time of day is it?
Can it be nighttime?
Why are you asking?
Just mainly because I have dark vision, and so I'm not negatively affected by it being nighttime, whereas I feel that nighttime is a useful time for us to be doing a
So,
quick.
the lighting level, in terms of mechanics and penalties, never changes in Evershade. Because the city's lit. Remember.
Fair.
So,
But
it's
there
either,
would still be-
it's like, the equivalent of the thing between normal lighting and dim light that no GM ever wants to admit exists because they don't want to deal with dim light penalties, but they want it to not be bright light. So that level of lighting exists because it's always an overcast. Hence Evershade, the name. It's never bright light in Evershade. So technically it's always dim light, I guess. I'm just not going to be quoted on that. That's all. For mechanical reasons.
there would be fewer people out in the streets at night.
Not necessarily. Remember, like, the opera and stuff went on quite late.
Well,
Yeah, yeah. It does depend on what the business is. Like, keep in mind, a lot of the people here just have money, so it's not like they necessarily have jobs they need to be up for in the morning. So yeah, it's a bit hit and miss sometimes with crowds in Evershade. It's a weird city. Everybody's weird in Evershade for that reason, but you could definitely. Yeah, maybe you've got slightly better odds. In less lit areas, it's maybe better at night, I guess, yeah? I'll give you that. Because obviously the dark will be darker. So, yeah. But you could just wait till nighttime. There's no issue with that. Anybody else get any other pressing thoughts?
How big is the city?
Very big.
Or how big is the area they wish to investigate?
Don't know. Where do you want to go, Fleabite?
I would probably try and stealthily reconnoiter the Emerald Inn
the Emerald Inn. So that's fairly near the West Gate. Yeah, the West Gate,
So
which is where you will be near.
would it be within 20 feet?
Can I chuckle?
It would not be within
No,
20
no,
feet,
no.
sadly. No, but it would probably
Okay.
be like we're maybe even pushing the fact that it might be at the outer limits of his mile range of his telepathy for you guys. Like you would
40
need
feet?
you would no. Why do you ask in such distinctive terms? What are you looking at ability wise?
I'm thinking this. If it actually, that one there. Just to sort of create a.
I do the guards at the gate ID the fog cloud as he comes in. Okay.
So just as a thought.
It's definitely a thought.
Yeah.
Yep. It's a
just to
very
sort of bring it
good
over the
utility
city,
spell.
or the area.
Yeah, and it lasts up to an hour. That's cool.
It's also just
Mhm.
it's cool because it's like a weather power, right? And weather powers are just cool. It's also the 120 foot range is actually cool about it, because it means you could block things like archers and stuff from line of sight if you really wanted to, which is really nifty. Or arguably just making it harder to hit them, depending on how well the wind blows. So
Yeah, hopefully there's no wind because that just completely ripped that spell apart. Like,
I know, I'm sure there's probably a percentage dice I could roll to see if it's windy or not, but I don't really want to get into that, quite frankly. So, yeah, it sounds like nobody's going with you, is what I'm getting, unless MD is going with him. Is MD going with him? Say no. Eltris, you going? Or not? Remember, you could take precautions to try and disguise yourself. I don't know what they are, but you could, because Fleabit wants to wait till nighttime.
On my items here, I do have a set of glasses with a fake nose. Sorry, that was a joke that didn't hit well. No, I'm going to stay.
So Fleabite does have a disguise kit. I'm not very good at using it, but we can make an
One
attempt.
of us can give you some assistance. Now, who's good at things?
I mean, when Fleabite
when
posed the question about we could maybe make you not look like you, I just imagined he was holding a knife in his hand.
Pair of glasses
Yeah.
with a mustache.
Those
Yeah, you still
pointy
get
ears
that.
might not be.
Yeah, it gives a new term to dagger ear, doesn't it? So, yeah.
You know,
Anyway,
see if he's want to try the disguise kit, I think I'd be happy for it because I don't want him going in by himself, you know what I mean?
okay.
Well, here's a thought. I'll say aloud. I know you have no business in the city, Odin, but Fleabite here. I put it. He stands out. Now, if he is able to disguise himself a little bit, he might stand out a little bit less. But no one would associate him with you yet, and you stand out quite a wee bit yourself. Probably you would, if anything, distract from him a little bit if you went in around the same time, slunk off a different direction, and just came back out the city. He could do his business and come back unnoticed. It's just a thought. It's just a thought. And he's Vanger's like measuring himself against you, and he is like, he's not absolutely tiny. He's like a reasonable size for a dwarf, but he'd be very short for an adult male human. So you've got a good 3 foot on him, almost.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I was
you'll-
thinking if Rat needs protection, I would help.
It's very quickly.
no
just
one
turned
else is
into
going in, I
Fleabite
would-
putting on his fancy outfit and walking with his 2 bodyguards.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they were hoping it won't come to any sort of conflict if avoidable, but well, like I say, you could probably take a fair amount of attention away from him if he manages to sneak in as looking a bit less.
Conspicuous.
Aye, I was gonna say like a
Rat
rat.
like.
Yeah, aye, but can't be helped. But maybe if he could do something with you had a hood before, that was good. I know I'm saying that as if it wouldn't have occurred to you to use the hood.
Mhm.
Vagger is not the captain of stealth. If he wants to be subtle, he just becomes a cat for a bit.
I just imagine you turn to Fleabite when you say that. The camera at least turns to Fleabite and it's just him scratching himself with his foot.
Oh yeah.
Yep. Okay, so Eltris and Thoden, are you both gonna go in with him then?
No, if Thoden wants to go in, I'll stand back and let him go in, and I'll stay with Anger.
Happy
That
with
might
that?
be smart.
Does make sense. Eltris is a bit of a chosen one.
Yeah, I would I would be very much in agreement of him not going in there if he can avoid it.
What would be like the effects budget we went to, Tom, for the credit screen?
Yeah, me and Alexander were talking about that. Yeah, love it.
Thank you. I tried to get it to drip, but it wasn't to be. So, just imagine that. There you go, buddy.
Oh my god, it's dripping! Look at that. Oh,
It's
it's so cool.
crazy. How do they do those trick photography effects?
Are you using a green screen on that?
Amazing. Anyway, so Thoden, you happy to go in with a rat? I take it you're not going to disguise since
Yeah.
you're technically not in any trouble in Evershed. You probably have been in and out of Evershed a couple of times, but you probably don't
Yeah,
spend a lot of time
no
in there.
trouble.
Mm-hmm.
I have a question for Fleabite.
Mhm.
How good are you at playing dead?
Checks character sheet.
Echoes raising.
Would Fleabite take that as a challenge, though?
Um, I was thinking of doing something dramatic. Fleabite would probably like just cock his head to the side, and eyes narrow. You have what in mind, yes?
The reason I ask is in my pack I have the trophy of an animal. I could replace that with you over my shoulder and carry a dead rat into the town to sell at the inn.
Or somewhere else, maybe the butchers or
Yeah.
something. Yeah, maybe not
Aye.
the inn. Don't think Madame Emerald would
yeah.
give a fuck about the a dead rat. She's probably like,
I
oh my
was
god,
doing
what
that.
happened to
Yeah.
one of my not so paying customers who just never used their room?
But then it would be a stealth check for the distance of.
I think that
Bloody
is an
hell.
idea that has legs. um,
In like most trophies.
Hmm.
I mean, arguably,
I'm-
you could
I'm
walk
just-
in with the trophy in one hand and Fleabite in the other to sell the full image,
Mhm.
really.
What if Fleabite went in the back?
Yeah, that's
Get in the back.
well. I mean, you're big. Could Fleabite just go in like into a normal back?
No. The answer is no.
Or would I be pulling a cart?
You could just
of
drag.
such?
You could drag Fleabite in a sack if you had a spare sack. Yes, I think Fleabite probably does have something that would fit the bill. You could just drag him in a bag. But I think Thoden. What's your strength, Thoden? You're not exactly puny, right?
Strength is 16.
Yeah, you'd easily be able to pull Fleabite along.
Sling a rat with me.
You could carry him over your shoulder fine. Dragging him in a bag maybe gets tiresome after a while. You could probably do it through a gate, no bother. But you'd probably be dragging him for a bit of that. Yeah. You just cradle carry him in.
Fireman left.
Mhm. So what are you thinking, Alexander? Seems like you're trying to formulate a plan.
Yeah, well, I feel like if word spread around that guy was carrying weird rat thing, that is a story that travels a bit more than I think we want it to.
Okay.
So, however, if giant hunter guy is stopped by the guards and he has random carcass in a bag, that's not that weird.
That makes
I
sense.
would get us past the guards.
Also, do you
Once we
remember,
passed,
for everybody else
Sorry,
that
go.
was here, for Vanguard and Fleabag, do you remember how much overthinking you did the last time we tried to get through the gate?
Yeah, that's fair, and I did just sort of ultimately just threw them up that paper.
Yeah. Like,
We don't have a better paper this time.
if only somebody had Skywrite, damn it.
I don't know if that would work, to be honest.
I mean, I was sort of planning on going over the wall anyway.
Oh, you can give yourself crawl, can't you?
Yeah, climb.
Yes, actually.
Or spider
forgotten.
crawl, I mean, sorry.
Still spider climb.
But I
think.
also, yeah.
You're confused with the wall crawler himself, Weep here. What was your plan, Alexander?
Yeah, I think if Fleabite was going on his own, he would either try and go in by the sewer or over the wall. If going with a big dude, then that probably makes the sewer a bad idea. Yeah.
Just delete that before people get any side effects.
Actually getting phantom pain from it.
So, what is the plan then? Because Fleabite, you're the only one waiting. We're waiting on you, buddy. Execute the plan.
if you wish to
Okay,
walk in,
yeah, well,
we can walk in. If you wish to go in a bag, you can go in a bag. What do you do? Well,
Like, Snowden's quite an accommodating guy, it sounds like, you know?
by all means, I could force you to do it, but
I'd like to see you try. No, I think there's sort of mileage in that. If you, I was almost wondering, could we try and get hunt a deer, and you go in with dead deer, dead big rat. It's just a normal huntsman.
Hide the rat inside the deer.
Remember that nothing
Like-
really lives around here anymore.
Find a wampa.
A swampa.
I already have a trophy of an animal I
Yeah.
killed.
Yeah, that's already
That's already
attached.
there. So
Okay.
Yeah.
that could be antlers. That could be.
Mhm.
Ideally, it just says trophy. So it could be anything if we need it to work narratively.
And if not, you can just fog cloud and we run.
Yeah.
Just making Zoidberg noises as you go.
Yes.
It's not the first time that's happened in this game.
Hmm.
Also with a fog cloud, weirdly enough. Mad.
Yeah, so I think my plan would be put the rat in a bag, put the trophy on top of it, and just carry that through the front gate.
Okay. You gonna go for it,
Okay.
Thoden?
If that's what needs done, then yes.
Are you waiting till night time to do this, or are you gonna do it at a more reasonable time during the day? It's gonna be weirder at
If
night.
it's
But
Yeah.
daytime now, I can just go. If he's ready to get in the
it's
bag.
entirely up to you. I don't
Yeah.
mind if you want to wait for the cover of slightly more darkness.
No, I think that's fine. The darkness doesn't help us that much for that plan.
Only if
Yeah.
you're if you're in the back alleyways where there isn't as much natural lighting from the streets and stuff that's well lit, because obviously every shade's fairly well lit, given that it's always in shade.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's the only difference would be if you were doing the street rat runaway scenes. It'd be easier for you to hide. But that's it. That's probably the
In
only
the
difference.
get out if need be.
I mean, there is always
Um,
just hide in the bag with Fleabite,
Hmm.
right? As in Fleabite's
You
bag.
just jump in next to him, feet hanging out the back. Like, I'm not here.
Well, he has a bag of holding,
Yeah.
so
The ostrich approach.
you'll be good. Be good. Don't know who gets you out of the bag in that situation though. Don't know how that works, but that's a bridge that somebody will come to at some point. Okay. Happy with that, Fleabite? Is that what we're doing?
Yep.
Okay, cool. I assume you have told the others this wonderful plan. As you climb into a
Not yet.
sack. What is your trophy of
Animals
then?
one.
What's your animal? What would you think? What would you like Totem to have?
Probably just go with the deer option.
Yeah, just big antlery type
That
things.
seems
aye.
to be, yeah, obviously not a deer, but some form of antlered creature.
That can be a deer. I don't imagine there's a reason why that's not the case. It just wouldn't have been from right around the city. As I said, nothing really
Aye.
goes around the city. Or like lives around the city. But yeah, could be like a deer or an elk or something.
Yeah. Or a fish with antlers, I don't know.
Yeah.
Jackalope.
Great antlerfish.
Yeah,
I would
jackalope,
buy
yeah.
that.
Yeah. Yeah, just be like a giant elk if you wanted.
Mm-hmm.
That's cool.
Yeah, that works.
A picture for a giant elk and everything. Looks very uninspired, to be honest, as a D&D animal.
I mean, some of us have been in.
Yeah. So, if that's the case, if that's happened, you head up to the guards then, you get approached by them. Oh, yeah. What's wrong now? You've had plenty of planning time. What's up now?
Yeah. So I was just thinking, should we try and telepathically stay in contact with the group?
Don't know. Would Fleabite do that? How much?
I think if we're going in, then definitely Thoden.
Yeah.
Thoden and I would be.
Could Fleabite do that from within a bag?
I think he used his
Being
plans to
dragged
before
from
he
the
goes
ground?
in.
Oh, well.
I think this is the pre-bag conversation he's
Mhm.
having. So, make your mind up, Alexander. Are you doing it or not? What's the plan?
Yeah, because I've got that one that I can do at the beginning,
Mhm.
so it's sort of for free.
Good. Who are you including?
We might as well just wait till we're almost at the guards, and then if you just have a look into the bags, I can see you. So it's just Thoden and I.
Okay. I assume it needs to be willing, doesn't it? Creatures. So I'm going to assume you've explained this to Thoden. Yes? No?
I think we
Maybe?
would assume so.
Yes, I don't think it has to be willing, but
Mm-mm.
so
Right.
yes, I feel like Fleabite would say, when reaching guards and gate post, yes, just make sure you can have see of Fleabite for a brief moment, yes.
My god, it doesn't even say willing.
I know.
What the fuck? Pashas, come on.
But they can end it at any time.
Okay. That's weird. It's a weird wording. I'm surprised by that. That's fine. So, you and Thoden now have a mile of telepathy. Am I right?
Yeah.
And do you want to roll for how long that lasts? Isn't that what happens? Okay. 2 hours of telepathy. So, do you want to write that's what that is for, Alexander? Just hours of warp whispers or something, just so as we scroll back up we know what the number is related to. Excellent. Okay, cool. And yeah, so we're all good now? We can be at the guards at the gate? Yeah?
Yep.
Cool. Perfect. So, a couple of the guards approach you, Thoden, give you a look up and down, and go, "Good day."
Good day, sir.
And they look at you and go, "Sirs, is it?" And they kind of chuckle to themselves. One tips his helmet to you, chuckling. He goes, "Business in Evershade?"
Yes. As I drag the bag and drop it in front of him.
They look down and look back up at you. No, we're saying, what's your business in Evershade?
I'm selling this carcass to the butcher. I've been requested to do so.
Do you want to roll a deception check for me?
Yeah.
Nice. Okay. They give each other a look. There you go. Alright. You're not here for the wedding, then?
Which wedding? I'm not from around here.
We'd noticed. And they look at each other. And they look at you and goes, how long do you plan on staying in town?
Not long. Just enough to sell this, get some money, and go.
The guy just kind of like pets his lip a little bit and then just nods slowly and goes, I hope you have a fortunate day. You never should. And he just vaguely gestures in. On you go.
Thanks. I grab the bag and
I can just heave it back up.
scoot off.
Yeah. Okay. So.
Finally painless.
Yeah, right. I mean, again, they're not exactly stellar people. They're just guards. It's not like it's Poirot at the gate. Like, if you make their life complicated, it's just going to involve complicated, like, you know, interactions with their superiors. So, yeah.
Life like this, you know.
So, where do you go, Thoden, in the city? Where is the plan to decant? Fleabite.
I mean, I think telepathically, Fleabite just starts giving him sat-nav directions.
Yeah.
Can you give me
Probably close enough away from the guards or most prying eyes
Okay.
to let him out of the bag.
I mean, do we have to?
I mean, for you to know where you are, probably, right? You're in a bag.
True.
Like, you could I'd let you roll survival, though. I'll give you a survival roll for it, if you want to do it. You have kind of done... You've kind of done the same thing underneath the city, so...
Nope.
Okay, so Fleabite starts giving you directions, Thoden, and
Okay.
you get to the part where Fleabite's still giving you psychic directions, but you're staring at like a wall. And Fleabite's like, keep going forward. And you can't. So you've ended up... Yeah. So how do you reply to Fleabite at that stage?
Probably just jolt the bag a bit. Get your act together. Where am I going?
Is many of people's nearby?
I'm staring at a wall. No.
You are of sure no man things.
Looks around. To my knowledge, no. I can't see anyone.
So you can just like slowly idle down further into some kind of alley if need be as well.
Mm-hmm.
Then, yeah, I guess. Then, yes, you have come to right place then, yes. That is where we needed to be. Take out Karka's body and let out.
Into the bag. Pulls things out.
It's like, fight my way out a bit.
Yeah.
Give that nice, give a good shakedown. Okay. Now that Rat's out the bag, would I be able to get my bearings?
Not after that pun.
That's not the first time we've said that.
Oh, I
surely.
know, but it's still painful. Yeah, gonna roll again. See how well it goes. There you go. As you're staring at it out of the alleyway, it's just the big sign, the Emerald Inn.
Okay, so the Emerald Inn is still there.
I thought it may have left this time and place.
It's evolved to the Ruby Inn. Yeah. What's the plan, Fleabite? You leave Thoden here, or
I think probably say to Thoden, why you not go into Emerald Inn, yes, and see if you can just trying to think. What else do we know of Madame Emerald? I'd probably just say, and see if you can buy some drink.
Thoden?
Well, I was going to go round to the market to see if there were any more trinkets or items
We
of
can-
value.
Come back to that. Yes, we can. But want to know if a man thing by name person Madame Emerald. And it's like he's been clearly trying to figure out how to say that.
Maybe a week solid to try to pronounce it. Okay, so you want me to go in first, is that what you're saying?
Yes. Fleetbite, stay here.
He sighs, just... Fine. Just stay where I can see you. Or hear you.
And then I just think
And
into his
then-
head.
Yeah.
That will not be difficult, yes.
What does she look like? Before I go, do we have a description?
Man thing, yes. Lots of jingles bangles.
Slapped forehead. Right. Okay.
Thinking, Rutior, why do I keep listening to you?
Yeah, just Jesus. Right. Okay.
Surely for
I'll
Krilla's
see what I
sake,
can
yeah?
do. Yeah, for Taylor. Here we go.
The Jesus one.
Taylor, give me strength.
Jesus, demigod of regret. Yeah. Oh dear. Yeah. So you head into the Emerald Inn, yeah.
Yeah, just sort of wander in, like, oh, right, fine. What am I doing?
Yeah, it's
And
like
I find a
a fairly upmarket
empty
inn.
seat if I can.
So you walk in, it's the lobby, and then to your right there is like a beaded kind of double archway type thing that you can walk through. That's like a kind of seating area for like, tables and food and various other things. And to the left there's like stairs that go upstairs to clearly probably rooms in the place. And right in front of you is like a big kind of reception bar desk thing. And there's an old woman behind that's just leaning on the counter, scribbling on parchment with a quill.
I walk up to the reception desk.
Yeah.
Obviously, towering over said reception desk.
Yep.
I just sort of clear my throat and wait for a response.
Yeah, and this woman definitely has like on like her left arm, like she seems to be wearing like possibly somewhere between 17 and 40 bangles. Yep. And she looks up and then just keeps looking up, and eventually gets to your face, and then just kind of does a polite smile. She goes, "Would you be looking for a room or some food?" Jingles her bangles and adjusts her hair as she stands up as straight as she can manage at her age.
I just sort of go, okay, and then walk back out towards Fleabite.
Yeah, and I think as you do that,
She's
like
here.
she like takes off her, her glasses that are on her nose, and she goes,
Mhm.
"Something I said." She's talking to nobody. So do you just go back to the front door, head outside, and you shout at him across the alleyway, or do you psychically talk to him?
I just shout,
Okay,
just point. She's here.
cool.
Psychically, I believe I was saying back to him. And is small man thing there too? Yes.
You didn't see anybody else.
You didn't say anything about a small man thing. You only said you wanted the jingly one.
To begin with, yes. Now go in, see if small man thing there.
The size goes right. Okay. Walks back in. Walks back up to the reception.
Yeah, she's just
I'm looking
she's
for
just watching
small
you
man
like
thing.
as you've walked in. She's just been watching the whole time and just kind of smiles again. Goes, "Ah, you're back." And you say,
Yeah. I'm looking for small man thing.
"Okay, I don't know what that is, but we do rooms, we do meals. We used to do music."
There's no small man thing.
She kind of just narrows her eyes and she goes, "What kind of establishment do you think this is?"
No idea. Walks back out.
Okay.
Just K.
This is probably the best combination we could have sent.
Yeah. Why do you always give Fleabite the new guy? Why is that? It's a trial by fire.
Comedy value.
Mhm. Yeah. This is why Vanguard and Eltress were just sat like roasting marshmallows or Goodberries or something.
What's good is actually quite nice. What have you?
Yeah. So, Soden, you get back outside. Yep.
Psychically, I say there's no small man thing.
Give normal size man thing a coin, yes, and ask if the small man thing have left recently.
What is the height difference between me and Fleabite?
Fleabite.
Like 5 feet.
Yeah, like what height are you? You're about what? 3.5?
7'7".
Maybe? No, like Fleabite's about 3.5, I
Okay.
think, aren't you? 4?
Yeah, 3.5.
Yeah. And you're what, 7'7" or something you said?
7'7", yeah.
Yeah. So, there you go. He's 3.5, you're
Right,
7'7".
So
So
I
significant.
just sort of put my hand on my head, rubbing it, and I walk over to Fleabite, grab him by the scruff of the neck, and throw him through the door.
So how much of that's happening, Fleabite?
Um, the weird thing is that I would be able to resist it better if he was a size larger.
Yeah, yeah, you would.
I guess when he throws me, can I try and jump to get on the roof?
I mean, sure. Why not? Why don't you give me an acrobatics check, buddy?
I know this doesn't quite work in this situation, but it's so close.
Oh dear. Okay, yeah, no, that's perfectly fine. I was thinking the difficulty would be a 15 for you to have made it to the roof, so yeah. I think the image here is Soden walks over, picks you up as you struggle about the tree, volleys you at the inn, and you scamper up onto the roof fairly swiftly.
And can I run up, try and quickly, sprinting, run up to the to whichever window? Like, probably, I was thinking try and get the room that we were in, but just go for a random, like the closest window there.
Sure. Yeah, you could get to that. Let's see why not. It's probably not that far away. There's probably windows all over the place at the second floor, so yeah.
And,
Or the first floor. Ground floor, first floor, second. Who cares? The next floor up.
Yeah. And crowbar open one of the windows.
Yeah, maybe with an athletics. We'll just have that be how you crowbar open the. Yep, Windows open.
Try and
Try to roll it handed for me.
okay.
Perfect. Thank you. So, what do you do when a couple scream? You, Glenn.
Mimoso! Surely. Oh.
One seems to have been in a wooden bucket type bathtub, and the other was getting dressed.
Yeah, just try and not skip a beat, but screaming and run through to the door.
Yeah.
Just like you know when like someone drops a cat in a bath or something,
Uh-huh.
and it's beelining, probably scrabbling through things, but it's the intention is clear: get out of the water.
Okay. So, are you screaming at them to get out, or just are you running for the door to leave?
Yeah, I'm just running for the door, but
Yeah.
you know.
They scream at
Dragging
you,
it into
you
the
just
doors.
shriek at them and then run. Okay.
Yes, I thought we were just saying hello.
Yeah. Okay. So you make it into the hall on the top landing. Yep. And you hear the thump 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 of a hearty custodian making their way upstairs. Yep. What's the plan? You gonna try and stay out of sight, or are you gonna just bump into Madame Emerald?
I think it's. Yeah, I think it's probably safe to.
Thoden, this is why you never agree with any of Fleabite's plans, by the way. Just for future reference. A good trial by fire, though.
Probably run towards the hearty custodian.
Okay, yeah. So, like, maybe you start down the top of the stairs as she's nearly at the top, and she looks at you and she goes, I thought you left.
I thought small man thing here.
I don't know what that means.
Quick paw. And I guess I just silent image.
Yeah.
Falana.
Yeah. She goes, Falana? And she looks at the image. She, like, waves it as if trying to dismiss the silent image. With, like, I don't know, some kind of scarf she had on. And she goes, she left about a week ago. Not seen her since.
When exactly?
She raises an eyebrow. She kind of like leans in close and goes, this isn't a newspaper. Puts her hand out.
I think quickly shuffle through.
Hands her a boat.
Very tempting.
Like a horse. Some may think we're joking, but Fleabite has the capabilities to do a lot of this, which is dumb. Also, Colin, I get a funny feeling that this place might burn. I'm just, that way where it's getting nonsensy enough that I'm like, wonder how bad this is going to go.
Yeah, I think I'll just go with a gold piece.
Lit torch.
I'll put a gold piece into her hand, but I'll sort of grip her hand and kind of growl.
Okay.
Where and when, and let her and release her.
I think as you do that, like she kind of like takes the coin and kind of like rubs it on the scarf thing a bit and looks at it, and then looks at you. She goes, I don't need to be so intense there. Did you ever tell her your name? I don't know if she actually knows your name. I feel like she does, because I think you signed in. I think everybody signed in. But whether she remembers that.
I think we had a similar instance of this before, and she was just like, that one.
I think I'm just gonna roll. No, I think she for some reason she'll remember
She
you.
probably heard someone else at least say it as well.
Yeah. I just remember I think, oh, you had to sign in at the very start when you joined, but who the hell knows? She probably just knows you because you's left without saying anything. There'll obviously be a lot of talk about the fact that Adair just up and vanished in the theatre. That'll be a bit of gossip for the city as well. So, yeah. She goes, well, Fleabite, I think it was, right? An apt name, if I do say so myself. And she looks at her hands as if wondering. She starts like absentmindedly scratching them. And then she says, well, Falana up and ran off, as I said about a week ago, but she thinks I'm daft. Saw her in the market 2 days ago. Stealing.
Where in market?
She goes, well, it was 2 days ago. It's not going to make much difference now. She'll just, I don't know, she'll describe, I don't know, the baker's stall or something like that, right?
Okay. An ominous bell rings. And I'm just like, does Fleabite care about this information that there's still a wedding happening?
I mean,
Yeah,
it's up to you. It probably would have been relatively muffled in the bag, right?
Mhm.
You'd have bits of an elk above you.
And the fact that she's not like screaming, "Help! Get the guards" or anything. Okay.
And then he goes, in fact, come with me. And she like quickly like pulls up her skirts and quickly 2 steps herself down the stairs.
Can I insight that just to like, is she being ingenuous, helpful, or is she like?
Sure.
It's kind of 50-50, but
Yeah, like doesn't seem to be weird. It's in keeping with her innkeeper character. So yeah. Yeah.
I quickly follow her, and I probably psychically say to Dodan if he's here. Actually, he's not, so that's never mind.
What would you say anyway? Because it was still
Just
what
you
they said.
If one can come in now.
Okay, cool. So we'll checkpoint that for him. But yeah, you head towards the front desk, and she pulls out like a stack of fancy envelopes that've all got like a bit of ribbon around them. And she goes, "You still travelling with that weird bunch?"
When needs to, yes.
She gives you a look for about 10 seconds, like she's just not impressed with the answer. She goes, "Uh-huh." Well, she like undoes the ribbon, like flicks through them, then hands you a fancy envelope. Got a big wax seal in it. It's got your name on the front of it.
Is it similar to the one that we got from Adair?
Nope.
And it's got all of our names on it then.
No, the envelope that you've been handed only has yours on it.
Oh, okay.
She has kept the pile.
Then yeah, I'll quickly open it.
Yeah.
Probably sort of tear it.
Yeah, the seal's probably completely intact with the back of the letter.
Mhm.
And you open it up, and it's an invitation to the rescheduled Tonan Belem wedding.
Mhm.
Yeah.
When is it rescheduled to?
A narratively appropriate whenever you get your shit together if you decide to go to it time.
Huh.
So basically either this day or the next day. Essentially. Depends how much time Fleabit decides to waste by burning down Evershade. But it can be a nice evening wedding if need be. Doesn't really matter to me. But it's rescheduled for very, very soon.
Mhm. Then I'll put that away and just say, was just for Fleabite?
She goes, that depends. She puts a hand on her hip and gives you a look with like her tongue stuck into her cheek. And then she moves her tongue and says, "Still travelling with your widows?" She gives you a look.
I will see them tonight. Yes, yes.
Aye, well, you best be quick about it then. And she is like, flicks through and goes, Adair? Holds up envelope and looks at you and lifts her head. You seen him tonight?
Not planned. No.
She puts the letter back in the pile. Flicks through it. Vanger? You seen him tonight?
Yes, most likely. That is planned.
Okay. And she slides the letter across to you. Don't you open that, it's for him. And then she
Yeah, I'll
flicks
probably just leave it there for a moment.
Yeah, and then she flicks through and she goes, You seeing a... Does that say the Intel conglomerate staff? She gives you a weird look. Seen them?
I would hope so, but it is not planned.
Mm-hmm. And she puts it back in the pile. And yeah, she just works her way through the list of the party. And obviously, I think we've got the important ones out the way. Let's face it. So it's Vangers you get. So
Yeah,
nobody else
okay.
is going to be with you that was.
The important one.
The only one that
That's fine.
technically had anything to do with the Tonans, right?
Mm-hmm. Then yeah, I'll just take Vanger's one and say, might not come back, no, but you have not seen red music thing.
Gives you a look and she goes, Nope. He's left me as well.
If see Quickpaw, let know that keep head down, and then probably walk off.
Gives you a funny look. She goes, and if you see Quickpaw or Falana or wherever she's going by now, tell her kitchen still needs somebody to operate it. Or to work it, I guess you'd say, right? You know, kitchen still needs somebody. He doesn't need to be on the streets. That's kind of like the parting words I think you've got there.
Then yeah, Star Wars nod.
Mm-hmm. She obviously Star Wars nods and her bangles slide on her forearm a bit, jingling musically. I think yeah, that's probably a good place to take our break. Quite frankly, that scene. Thoden, you were telepathically told it was safe to come in now, but you didn't for some reason. You just probably sat somewhere in the alleyway, waiting for Fleabite to deal with the
I
show
don't
and
blame
shit.
you.
That's fine.
Yeah. But yeah,
So
so
just start this again.
we'll take our break here, guys. I will get us onto the BRB screen. There we go, and we'll be back in about 10 minutes. Okay, so welcome back to the Invasion Session 51 Part 2. I am Ryan, the GM. It is the 26th of May 2021 still, and here are the players.
Hello, I'm Tom, and tonight, Matthew, I will be Eltris, the barbarian elf. I tried to find another barbarian joke. I thought it would be pretty reckless of me. So, on that sense, I will just move on.
Good band though, pretty reckless.
Nice fun, isn't it? I tried to it was the
alright.
reckless danger thing, and I was trying to get that in and stuff, and or reckless attack. That's what it was. I was trying to kind of get that in as a pun. It didn't work. I'm going to keep trying.
Good evening, my name is Alexander, and tonight I'll be playing Fleabite the Skaven, who's still pretty terrible at everything, but I feel there's new competition.
And good evening from me, Colin, who will be playing Vanger, who is a clericy, druidy, and unlike Judas, a priest. You think I can't do a tortured musical joke?
I love it.
I'm
That
just
was
not
one
gonna say it.
downmanship.
Well, I'm Chris. I'm the newbie, away from Thomas. I'll be voicing Thoden, or playing Thoden, or... Yeah, I'm a big boy. Let's leave it at that.
Sure. Well, that translates to anyone else that genuinely cares. He's a Goliath cleric. Yeah. But anyway, so while they're having city shenanigans, what's Vanger and Elshus up to out in the woods?
Still roasting marshmallows.
Well, I don't think it'd be marshmallows, but I might roast some nuts and assorted fungi.
Mhm.
Can I give a wee survival roll for that?
Sure.
22, not bad.
Yeah. It's just nice rolling with the exhaustion, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Mhm.
It really is. I didn't have to go through a rigmarole getting advantage to
Mhm.
cancel the disadvantage before doing that. I simply rolled what I wanted to roll. Isn't it magical?
Mhm.
Yeah, so I think he's probably like made a simple sort of couple of roast vegetables and maybe like a. I have to imagine he's made some sort of tea as well.
Okay. Yeah. Something to brew.
Would you care for some milk? It's surprisingly tasty. You've probably they're probably like bits of acorn in it.
Yes, indeed. Yes. 1 cup, please.
Do I have another cup?
We could share.
There you go. There you go. Like one emerges from a pocket.
Some moss
Lolin.
flies out of it or something.
I need a wee dust. I'll take the kettle and the teapot rather. It's not really a kettle. And sort of pour in some probably fairly inoffensive but somewhat earthy tea.
A very earthy brew. Yeah.
Ah, yes. This is simple, stress free. Don't need to worry about rent.
Yes, indeed.
Elshus, who comes from like city living in Torque, where if you don't work, you're on the streets, and it's probably horrible. And yeah.
I learned to live off the land during my time as a priest. In fact, I mean, I am still, but technically speaking, I abandoned my post. It was too important. The long story short.
I like that you're just saying this in between like big sips of your tea as well.
Oh yes, and well, you had to be practical. You couldn't always guarantee supplies would be delivered in a timely fashion, so you had to make do and mend. You see, and well, the shrine was quite isolated. Oh, you learn to live off the land, and of course, Goodberries. You can make Goodberries Go on.
I just love how in depth this is. See, surely I'm just thinking. Surely, like I would have done a little bit of living off the land. I would assume if I was part of like the military, you know. Would that?
Yeah, like,
would that
you,
assume
but
right?
you,
Yeah.
if you would have probably had supplies that you took with you though, right?
Yeah.
You would have taken supplies to like set up camps and stuff. Yeah, it wouldn't necessarily just be Bear Grylls here. It can literally
I
be a bear.
suppose I'll just kind of say to Vanger, you seem to be quite the natural at it. I can't say that I'm used to being able to fend for myself out here.
Oh, yeah, well, get the hang of it in no time. It helps having a bit of the old magic. He nods his head to himself a couple of times. Aye, the old ways. Yeah, they appreciated the value of the natural world. You see, it's all very well and good. You're making your robot men and your fireballs, but do they feed you? I mean, they can literally feed you, but only with food that you have. But this, and I think actually I'm going to have to make a point. I am going to. Oh shit! I actually don't have the resource there anymore. That's funny. How many uses do I have this of it again? Let me just quickly check. 5 charges. Okay, so I'm going to use a charge of my staff
hmm
to make some small flowers grow in front of me.
Sure. It's probably quite noticeable given how little is like picturesque around you as well. So it is probably like they do definitely stand out.
I like to think like the staff is basically a sapling that's dried up somewhat on account of being used as a staff, but it's barely even formed into staff. The one that you see in his profile picture actually is too ornate for what he has. It's got like the indication of like a spirally symbol in its branches, but other than that, it is just a tree. That's obviously shed its leaves on account of having been plucked from the ground some time ago. And it's sort of like the roots just connect to the soil briefly, like it's starting to take root. And from from there seconds later, the flowers will emerge and sort of sits and just admires his work. Aye. Now that's proper magic. Takes a big slurp of tea.
A cloud in the shape of Dietrich drifts away in the sky.
Dietrich liked sympathetic magic.
Well, Ultras, you've been served tea by Vanger. Now he's just making flowers grow around you.
I
Talking
sure
about real
have.
magic and robot men. It's equivalent
Kinda
of like
what I
when like your granddad or somebody turns up and it's like, you and your DVD players and your back in my day we just used bricks.
Hit the bricks into each other and that entertained us.
Sorry, Tom. Please continue.
Jeez, I don't even know what to do. I suppose.
What else is to in that
um,
situation, right?
Well, I'm thinking that I probably haven't seen much along the lines of magic would have because, I'm quite a military guy, so it's all been about the fighting. So I suppose when I see him doing his little magic thing, I suppose there would be like some sort of like little gasp, like, holy G Willikers, Batman, type of amazement.
Batman's quite a bad term in
Um,
this city, to be fair. He was kind of
And-
exiled.
Oh.
Yeah.
So even more so, I wouldn't have saw it probably. And I'll just say that's really something you can do there, Vanger. When we get out of all this business we've got going on, you'll need to show me more of your little tricks.
right, and tempted to do the Gandalf thing.
Mhm.
But
I was sitting going, God, I wouldn't take that well. How's Vanguard going to take that?
he just sort of chuckles. Going,
Tricks! Tricks!
it's not quite how I'd put it. A gift. A gift's what I'd call it. But you've seen. I think you must have seen something. You're underselling yourself a little. You handled yourself with a lot of composure when we were fighting that terrible thing in the sewers. That was bloody magic. I didn't mean that. Bloody magic.
Love it. Um,
I'll be back when you're
Yeah.
done if you want, guys, right? Just carry on.
this is going to be part of the podcast that we're starting up, by the way.
Yeah, the puncast. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I suppose I appreciate that, but I suppose all my I mean that was just brute strength really, and power within. I can't do magic the way you can.
Aye, but there's something there. Something responds to you. Something. Storm. Aye. That's what you said about the storm.
Yeah, I am one with the storm.
A lot of storm worshippers around these parts.
A lot of storm worshippers, not a lot of storm users.
Not a lot of much of anything these. Look at it. Keep wondering where'd they get their money? They've got no farms, no villages that aren't abandoned. Where's their damn income? I don't understand that. Call me old fashioned. Probably that's fair, but tended to have the wealth came from the land. How are all the damn nobles so damn rich? City folk so well kept if there's no one keeping them? Where are they getting their food? I don't understand it. How is that city still alive?
And keep in mind, Eltress as well, like
Just
from your mentality, sorry to cut you off there, Vanguard, but like from Eltress's mentality as well, remember like the threat of the invaders stopped the closer you got to Evershade, remember? It was just as you were like outside it by a couple of days that you were attacked. But you weren't attacked in or near Evershade, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And there doesn't seem like there's like massive like siege reinforcements at the gates or anything. I mean, you saw how easy it was for like them just to walk in. So yeah, the very fact that the world is up, like you were sent, remember, by the Torque military to check on Evershade to make sure it was okay, given the fact that they hadn't heard much during the invasion. And doesn't seem to be an invasion up here, except the fact that you were attacked on the way on the old road. Strange, right?
Very strange.
So would that come up,
Very strange.
maybe? Just in Sins of Anger is in the same kind of vein of trying to puzzle out Evershade.
Yeah, I suppose. I suppose I will say something and just kind of say you're right with how little sense it all makes. Have you wondered, Vanger, why Evershade seems so protected and untouched from everything else that's going on around?
Oh yeah. Of course. Talked down there. They talked about the ward. Aye. Well, this magic that they're performing. Say they're doing that all over the place in many cities. But I don't know. I don't think it didn't seem to me at any length that they really knew what their magic was doing. They believed it was the reason that their city. I don't know about it. Maybe they did. There's something there, and more to the point. How are they? We came upon the caravan that had been attacked. We've been attacked on the road. How are these roads safe? What's coming and going from? You hadn't. None of it makes sense. And the other cities hadn't heard. Now you're telling me. So
The road definitely wasn't safe for you, Eltris, that's for sure. But you did approach the city from completely different sides.
none of it makes sense. None of what they're like. The city's in a bubble. City's safe, but outside that, nothing's safe. But they're protecting what's inside the city by making the entire area around it unlivable. Maybe that's what they're doing. Maybe that's what this curse is. Maybe I don't. But there's something. There's something that's not as it should.
Um,
Sorry.
I was just going to say as well. Obviously, you seem to know a little bit about that as well, and I kind of point up to the big flying airship in the sky. You don't think that has anything to do with things, do you? 'Cause I'm assuming I've not came across anything really to do with Von Rune, have I?
Don't think so.
No. Apart from seeing the flying airship, that would be about
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think so. I don't think much has come up about Von Rune, to be honest, in your
But-
company.
Yeah.
Obviously,
Vanguard-
that 2 weeks or 3 weeks now, technically, worth of travel, anything that they would have felt the need to impart to you could have been. Just depends if Fleabite and Vanguard feel like they would have briefed Eltris at all on anything to do with Richter.
Thought about it, huh?
Yeah. So,
I think I'd look over my shoulder, just to be certain he meant what I thought he meant.
mhm.
Truthfully, I don't think that's much to do with it. He has his own people to worry about protecting, and he's not been here the whole time. Last week or so. Not week or so. How long have
so
you been on the move?
3 weeks. So it was 1 week of being in the city, and then you took 2 weeks to get to Harborton by Steve, and a week to get back.
Someone.
So yeah.
He's only been in the city the past month, so he arrived after we did. It can't have been what protected us at first. Sure, now having him there doesn't hurt, but if he were the sole reason that his side were safe, he wouldn't leave the city.
Yeah, and if he is the sole reason why his place was safe, he wouldn't have stayed here for a month.
Exactly.
That does check out, yeah.
So,
I think, Eltris, we spoke about this before, you've definitely heard of Von Rune, right? Like, he is a king of another country. So,
Right. Okay.
it would be difficult not to know of him, I think.
Okay.
Knowing any specific details, though, is maybe a history check, if you really cared enough, but it's up to you.
I think the more of a mystery is to me, the better.
I agree.
And my history has a -1, so
That's fine. Keep in mind, just because I offer a role doesn't mean to say necessarily you need to take up the opportunity. It's sometimes better to just not know something.
I don't think he's a factor in. At least not around. I think there's something specific to this city. And if it's specific to the city, is the Watchers situation. Other cities well enough to know. But strange business with there are more pressing things. I don't want to be dragged back into their strange affairs if we can avoid it. But aye, the longer I spent in that city, the more sure I was that something wasn't right, and it went to the very top.
Yes, I agree. Yeah, I'm trying to think.
What do you
If
feel about what he
the-
said? Yeah, like how does?
Yeah, like like that's it all seems fine. I didn't think Von Ruden obviously would have anything to do with it. I'm just thinking, obviously, I've not really came across him, but they seem to be aware of the ship, the airship when
Oh,
we
yeah, makes
came
sense.
back. Yeah. But yeah, I suppose I'll just kind of say like, yeah, definitely something strange.
I think
around
the
here.
the one thing between the two of you that might come up is obviously Vanguard knows Von Rune was here for the wedding, and that
Yeah.
was 3 weeks ago. So that is odd, right?
Yeah, that's what I was observing earlier too.
Mhm. And that's,
Fleabite,
and that's probably one of the only conclusions I think that Elytris could kind of like put together from what's been shared so far about Von Rune is if he was here for the wedding, and his place is safe too. Why is he not there again? If he was only here for the wedding, he must be here for something else. And you didn't see an airship pass over you. That'd have been very noticeable.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
it seems like it hasn't moved. Yeah. Because his, like, to the west is where he is. That's where Valeria is. Where he rules. So. Yeah. Any other things you wish to exchange between each other before we cut back to the rest?
I don't know, I cut back to.
Anything else you want to specifically do out in the woods? Besides just chill?
I mean, I have to say, like, there's stuff that I'm very curious about in the city, but
You're happy to
Vanguard's
keep your
my-
distance. Mhm. That makes sense. Eltris?
I think I'm okay as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, just kind of waiting. Yeah.
That's fine. Speaking of people in the city. So, Thoden, Fleabite. Fleabite leaves the Emerald Inn. You bump into Thoden.
Doesn't-
I think I would just pull out my. Or no, I guess I wouldn't need to. I would just say.
It's convenient that your invitation is a +1, by the way.
Does it?
Yeah.
Hmm. In a dare style, who can I use this as a convenient point? But I would probably just say it seems that the wedding has been recontinued, yes, and that we have an invitation that may mean that they are not so curious, suspicious looking for us, yes.
That may be, but I still wouldn't get your hopes up.
Yeah. I guess say you wish to go to market, yes. I can lead the way.
It's okay. We can head back to the others if you wish.
No, market.
Do you need things from the market?
I would just say, I guess, I just sort of point the direction and just be like, there is much that we might see, yes. and probably just
Then
start
lead the
heading
way.
off that way.
Yeah, just okay, let's go.
I guess we're going that way then.
Yep.
Yeah, so after like a bit, you get to the market, yeah.
And try and see where Madame Emerald had indicated that she last saw Falcon.
Yeah, so it was like the bakery stall or whatever. The baker's stall. Yeah. Probably the one that's nearest, some kind of cover of some kind that, urchins might use to swipe at to, get themselves nice 5-finger discounts on the old bread. So yeah, you can see that stall. It's probably not got much left at this time of day.
Which time of day?
Who even knows? The lack of bread time. Baker's Sorrow, I think the exact time's called.
Then I guess I would probably just say to Thoden, if wish to buy or sell anything, then around here, I will return in soon. And just like to sort of try and climb up, try and go to like an alley.
Okay. To achieve what? There's more steps to this plan, I'm sure.
So while Thoden was having a look, I would just hope to try and go to an alley and then try and scale up the wall to get onto a roof to try and get a slightly elevated position to have a survey of the whole market.
Okay, I'll give me an
Can I
athletics
just
check.
pick you up again?
I know, you could just chuck him. I know, but it's not the Fleabite way. Yep, yeah. Make your way up the wall. Thoden, what did you do in the market? That you've been abandoned by Fleabite.
Probably just wander about, see if there's anything of interest, see if anything
Well,
gleams in my eye, as it were.
my question is, are you looking for anything?
Again, nothing in particular at the moment. As I said, there's things, if anything catches my eye, sort of
There's probably
shining
there's nothing other than things that would be like generic goods that people might buy, because keep in mind, a lot of this just goes to people that live in the city. So
yeah,
it's not like there's a lot
of
there's not like a lot of tourism or trinkety bits really. There's like a
Mhm.
knick-knack stall really, where there's like hand carved out of wood, like animal shapes. So like there's like small wooden wolves and stuff like that. But besides that, that's as trinkety as this place gets. There's not a lot of people traffic that come from elsewhere to Evershade. You do get other people like every now and then. Like people do make the trip to Evershade. Just not that common.
Aye.
Yeah.
And I think I just sort of like wander about looking stall to stall just until Fleabite comes by, just sort of daunder
Yeah.
about, as it were.
And like, just like any time you've ever been in Evershade before, people will do that thing where they're polite to you, and then maybe when they feel like you're out of earshot, they'll clearly whisper as if you're something to talk about because you aren't just a standard human, right?
Yeah, a tower above, like.
But nothing seems like impolite. They're clearly just waiting to discuss you politely out of earshot. Because as I said, it's a very well-mannered city, insofar as the fact it's mostly nobles that live here still. It's not really that much of the lower class. So yeah, you wonder about the market. We've got Fleabite on a roof. What's the plan? Fleabite?
So Fleabite would just be scanning to see if any thieves can't, but I'm pretty sure that was already a thing that wasn't really a thing.
Yeah, because remember, like Adair did really well looking about
Yeah.
the city for that, and there was like nothing. Yeah.
And then obviously looking for Falcon.
Yeah. How long are you gonna spend looking for Falcon? What's the plan in that? Is it just a
Like-
glance around, or
Yeah, like 5 minutes tops.
okay?
Yeah,
Do a roll
Just
perception.
trying.
So I could give you two answers, right? I'll let you pick what one you want. There are
The
so
left
many
one.
people that could be Falcon from this height. Or there's no sign of Falcon. You can pick which one you think is best.
I think no one. I think Falcon has at least slight enough distinguishing features.
And if
from
they've kept the
other-
cloak, right?
Mhm.
A very expensive
Yeah.
cloak. Which might not be the best thing to have as an urchin.
Then I guess in my mind is a sort of Fleabite's like leaning on like like the A-frames of like window
Mhm.
type sort of thing, and just try and carve in Thieves Can't, just keep your head down.
Yeah, yeah. It's a perfect thing to write on a roof.
Yeah.
Oh dear. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you carved that. The city has its first thieves' cant, probably.
And and then just climb down and go back to Lurin.
But what about Thieves Can?
I know, right? It's always this thieves' cant bullshit,
Mm.
you know? Don't worry. Falcon will start the thieves' can motion.
Thieves may do.
Mayhaps thieves? Question mark. But yeah, so then eventually, like, a small rat appears next to you again. Or a large rat, I guess.
Are you finished with your deed?
For now, yes. Not how it should be, but how it will have to. Did anything of see that you need?
Nothing of grand importance. It was all just trinkets and things I could get elsewhere. Nothing of great importance.
Anything that we should obtain for continuing journey?
No, nothing like that at all. Just unless you want to get some stale bread and some wooden figures, that's up to you. I didn't notice anything of.
Wooden figures.
Say that again.
Tell us more about the wooden figures. Are they like, vampire counts or? Sorry, I'm doing a bet. It's someone out there
I
wants
like
to
the
go.
bet.
Thanks.
I got it, don't worry.
I think probably we're okay then.
Yeah, do you head back then?
Yeah.
Out the city? Do you just walk out the city, or are you going to go back in the bag?
That's entirely up to Fleabite.
Yeah, it was kind of aimed at Fleabite. Don't worry, you'll get used to Fleabite having to take these couple of seconds to either think about what he's going to do, or word what he's going to do, or both.
Think word.
I guess we just walk.
And yeah, I think because you're leaving the city, the guards don't say much other than just stare as you walk past them. I don't really think there's much to say other than they've probably got a couple of questions, but that would involve you stopping and talking to them instead of just leaving the city, which makes you not their problem. So they just let you go.
As we walk past, gents.
Yeah, and I think they, just nod and they give you a generic greeting of safe travels, whatever that may in fact be. It might just be the word safe travels,
Yeah.
That's about it. They don't really say much other than just kind of very, very obviously stare at the fact that you're now accompanied by a rat you weren't before.
I
Yeah.
thought it was dead, but he came back alive.
Yeah.
He's my pal.
Yeah. You just head back to the campsite, I guess.
Getting cab, yeah.
Okay. So, these are there. We're bam. That was quick.
I hand the letter to Wenger.
Your letter or his letter?
Go slightly.
His letter.
What's this then?
It seemed there was one for Wenger. Yes. one for Adair thing. Yes.
Yeah, open it up and check it out. And I'm assuming it's the same thing, but with my name rather than his.
Yeah, it's just obviously inviting you to the rescheduled Tonan Bellum wedding, and you get a +1 as well.
Rescheduled. We're sure we got her to the boat, aye.
I just love the fact that you've left them with Utur.
Leave them drunk, why not?
He's well.
Don't reckon.
Mind you, did do well to get back quickly, so it wouldn't really, like, unless it's like magic, they probably couldn't have passed you guys.
It is likely deception and part of greater schemes, yes.
Aye. I think I may have an idea as to. Yes, I think I know what this is.
Most likely, I would have thought it be little bait that by inviting to us to go, they wish to ensnare capture.
Maybe. Maybe. But then, if we don't take the bait, or even if we do, and they have a wedding, no bride, they end up looking, well, not quite so strong as they're trying to. I think they're going to go ahead with the wedding. I just don't think the bride. Well, you remember what we saw.
Yes. Bride was not necessary for wedding feast.
Aye, well, that's one way to put it.
It certainly
There's
is.
there's something horrendously wrong in that bloody family, and
Yeah, so Thoden, for your
I was
knowledge as
thinking-
well, like, you'll know the Tonans run Evershade. They're like the top noble family. And that's pretty much what they're talking about, and yeah. But you'll know that much just having came and gone from Evershade in the past.
Right. So would I know of what you guys are talking about? Or would I butt in
Like, it depends if
Yeah,
you
they
were
spent one
anywhere there in the last 4 weeks, 5 weeks. Like, I know
Obviously-
you've been in the surrounding area,
Yeah.
but not necessarily in the city. It's
Aye.
up to you. If you'd came and gone in the city, but like essentially there was a big wedding, hoo-ha, because for the Tonans to stay this, it's all noble houses that run Evershade. It should be the king that's in charge, Torque's king, the human king, because that's where he used to be here. This used to be his city, and then they all moved to
Right.
Torque, many years ago.
Mhm.
But all the nobles kind of run this place now because they don't really like the king buggered off is the way they look at it. So by the time the king can get anybody back here to check up on them, they can hide all the party mess, you know. So
Yeah.
the nobles fight amongst themselves to run the city, and the Tonans have been the ones in charge. But it's obviously for some weird political reason in jeopardy that they're running it. So they're getting married to the Belem house, which is a house from Torque, a noble house from Torque that seemed to be on a shaky nail. But by Lord Tonan marrying Lady Sarah Belem, that meant they would somehow maintain rulership, and that's what the whole plot has really been revolving around, is the fact that the wedding gift Lord Tonan seemed to have misplaced was what the party were looking for a while, until they saw it was a coffin with Lady Sarah Tonan's name engraved on it, and we're like, maybe we should tell Sarah. And they're kind of buddies with Cantor Belem, which is Sarah's brother.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Met him in the travels.
Yeah. Another cleric, actually. Or acolyte or follower of Astarte. So
Definitely has more of a paladin vibe to me, but I think that you probably know his class.
he's in that general following of a god and gifted this far kind of way. So champion, you know how it works. Yeah. So you probably know rough bits of that, right? I don't imagine MD nearby would be talking about the wedding, right? The very fact that it was meant to have happened 3 weeks ago is just a minor detail, obviously. And if you'd paid any attention to any of the names being said when you were putting people in Utuyor's care to get them on a boat away, you'd have realised that's his bride-to-be, Sarah Belem, who was with her brother, Cantor, in Harborton by Steve. So, yeah. So they're talking about the fact that the wedding seems to still be going ahead, despite you've left her a week the other way.
Well, but, yeah.
Yeah. What are you going to say, Tom?
No, I was going to say it feels like you're talking about a painting called Harborton by an artist called Steve. That's how
Yeah.
you say it.
Harborton by Steve, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, Steve, well known
Mhm.
in many circles
Mhm.
for his composition using urine and
A druid artist, I see. Okay.
Mm.
So, with that knowledge, sorry, Vanger,
Fascism.
please carry on. The only decision you've got to really come to is, are you going to go to the wedding or not? Conveniently, the two of you have a +1 each. That would cover Thodin and Eltris, weirdly.
Convenient.
Mhm.
Mm.
As much as you're breadcrumbing this,
Hey, no, you know me. I'm not going to force you to go somewhere you don't want to go.
Vanger's just going to say it. Whether or not it's a trap, I think it'd be a bad decision for us to show our face.
When we were in the city, there seemed to be little to no way of guards around in the area we were in anyway. Obviously, it could be building up to something.
Yeah, the only guards
They
are
were
the
not
gates.
hunting us.
Yeah, you were definitely like, in no way clearly did you feel the impression you were being like
Mhm.
watched or in danger at
Mm.
any point. Even leaving the gate, it was more just a case of, wait, he didn't come in with a rat.
And
True.
it's sort of, that's a rat, not that's the rat.
Yeah, they were more just like, you are leaving, that's good enough.
You've
Yeah.
made it out unmolested and all that. That's grand, but how much of their business do you think that the Nans are willing to actually advertise? I suspect that they've probably kept most of their dealings with us relatively quiet.
Yeah, most
And
of the cards to the chest.
And quieter, they could have kept it. This invitation could have simply been an assassination, yes. It is great effort to go to for uncertain results.
I think he sort of looks over it. Says, "It's fancy paper, but I don't think it was that much effort."
That is because you do not know how easy it is to assassinate.
That's assuming they want us dead. Which
Try to work out a way if you can insight a letter, but I don't think you can. Like, I don't think there's enough to go on. Like, the handwriting's very sharp, so that's
it's
they wanted to
infamously
stab
hard
you.
to tell tone
Uh-huh.
from
Mhm.
text.
Yeah. Roll for passive aggressive writing.
Yeah. So I have thought about that. I am
It's a-
trying
it's
to
in
see if
block
you could
caps.
insight it, but I don't see how you could. Like, unless somebody had some kind of post-cognition to go back to when the, or precognition to when the writer was, making out the letter.
Bluntly, I think if they wanted us, it would be for information. Want to know what we knew influenced our decision.
Well, they have the coffin, yes.
There's that. But they may have begun to suspect that we know more than that.
These are words that maybe should alarm you, Thoden. Coffin, for example.
Yeah. I was thinking that myself.
Yeah, so it depends if you lean in with that or you hold on to your cards yourself for a bit.
I just think Fleabag would respond to Vanguard with, "Does we have no else?"
They were at the play when we made our little entry. But we saw them. Timing doesn't work out. They were in two places at once, which means they weren't in one of those places.
Or magics.
Exactly. They're using some sort of.
And I think I just glanced at the flowers that weren't there before.
I'm glad, because I was going to say that, and I thought I'm just not going to RP for people.
That doesn't even register to them. Like you,
I just like the
point
shot.
out,
Yeah.
You saw him down there with this Blood Prince business that, frankly, does not seem entirely wholesome.
At this stage, I'm going to object, just as I'm sorry. Blood Prince, Coffin, what have you guys been doing?
Nothing that we were doing.
I am the Blood Prince.
It's what the Tenans are up to that need to be worried about.
What have you been involved in? Should I be worried?
Oh.
Yes.
We were asked to recover a wedding gift. We happened to have knowledge in advance of the fact that the wedding gift had gone amiss on account of we'd encountered the remains of the carriage in the road. We were eventually, through some efforts, just leaving that vague, able to recover this wedding gift. The wedding gift being a coffin with the future bride's future name. We thought to alert her to this. She agreed with our assessment that did not bode particularly well for her, especially given how do I put this? Certain other delicate facts that came to light. We saw some decidedly unsettling behaviour conducted the Tenans, and as I say, when we witnessed this, they were also, according to numerous people, including one of our colleagues who I would say there's no reason not to trust them. That's not quite right, but there's no reason to distrust them in that particular issue. No, sorry, actually, I'm confusing the timeline now. Like he saw them, but we don't know he saw them, including someone known to us who was attending this. I was mentioning just there. There's a play. Well, one of our colleagues had to leave very suddenly, and I'm sure nothing untoward happened there. I had
could
a
have mentioned
letter
his letter.
confirming.
You could have mentioned in his letter. It was with the Tenans. That was weird. Yeah.
But he did disappear suddenly. And the whole thing, very strange, but he was with them. That we know. But we saw them elsewhere, which this is a world full of wonders, magics of all kinds.
Yeah.
Many people of all different characters and inclinations have powers that allow them to do beyond what normal men can do. But the purposes that they were using this magic for were quite unnatural. They were and all told, everything that we've uncovered about the Tenans has indicated deception, has indicated sinister intent, has indicated that they may not be who they say they are, and they may not be what they say they are. The talk of the
What and
curse.
who do you think they are? If you have any notions.
What were the names again?
Glyn and Noana.
Glyn and Noana. They were erased from the family line at some point and replaced.
Okay.
They've added themselves in as new additions in place of the last son, who himself was. They're not heirs.
Yeah, so just to clarify the actual timeline, just so everybody remembers.
Yeah.
So, Glyn, like Lord Glyn Tonan and Lady Noana Tonan, were the air quote parents of a Lord and Lady Tonan currently, which are siblings. They're not, a couple. They're the children of
Wow.
Glyn and Noana, and you've got Noah and Clint as their kids. Very Will Smith, Jada Smith, Jaden Smith, Willow Smith going on. But what Vanguard discovered was some old random part of like the original family tree that was written like primordial for some reason that seemed to state that good old Charleston was the only kid.
Yeah,
Okay.
I wasn't conveying it particularly well there. Sorry.
It's okay. I just wanted to
Again,
clarify
was
that. Yeah.
confusing myself with it, but essentially, yeah. So what we have is reason to believe that they are using magics in untoward ways. Reason to believe that they may, in fact, be their own parents, and are therefore sort of usurping control of the family from their own son, and also are inexplicably youthful, and also appear to be in two places at once, and were using the ability to appear to be in two places at once to conduct an affair with each other, which may not be incestuous because they may actually be a married couple who are pretending to be like 50 plus years younger than they are successfully. And also, we've uncovered through the events that went on in the sewers with Eltris that they're involved somehow with the Watchers, who have some sort of religion based around the return of the Blood Prince.
Which Eltris 5 minutes ago said he was.
Hello.
So there you go, Thoden.
Okay. So it turns to Eldris and says, what do you know of this blood prince as you claim to be said person? What is your role in that, if they say they're obviously originally based around that?
I just want to point out when I did say it was a joke. But no, I didn't take the Blood Prince on. The Watchers in the sewers, the Watchers of the Crimson Mirror, seemed certain that I was their chosen one, but we escaped before anything could happen because it didn't seem to be 100% safe.
Okay.
Are you going to tell him
With
why you don't
information.
think that? Yeah, I was going to say.
I'm going to add, we had information from another source, another, let me put it bluntly, another supernatural being, but one that we have knowledge of, one who we bite here, and some of our former associates had previously dealt with and appear, don't know, and you may want to correct me here, but appear to be in good terms with.
I think there'll just be a blink from Fleabite.
A person who I've met briefly and found to be perfectly reasonable. And also a person who is clearly of some considerable magical talents herself. Her concern was genuine and clear. I already had reservations about the whole blood pins thing. I mean, how often do you have a blood cult
that ends up being. I mean, it's just generally not a good sign. Blood cult.
Yeah, it doesn't bode well for those involved, usually, from my knowledge.
According to them, well, they are the reason that the city has been saved. They're the reason that many human cities are saved. Maybe there's some truth to that, maybe not. But they had some untoward intentions involving bringing this blood prince about through our associate Elsus here, and it frankly I wasn't keen to find out, so I'm glad he made the decision not to go through with that.
Right.
All told, there's something rotten in that city involving the people who run it. At the very
That's a
top.
given.
And it's more than just rotten. They're not just taking money to look the other way on this or that. There's the dark power at work. And if it weren't for the fact that everything points. Is Barris visible from here?
Obviously, the top of it isn't, but like,
I point at them out and say, that way. The reason I got up, walked away, and begun this quest is up there. I know it. I was brought to a strange group of people, and from which remains Fleabite here. We encountered Elpis, another one with a date with Destiny. That Ian up in the sky, indicating to the airship. He knows it. The invaders themselves, they know it. The world's fate lies in that mountain. So, Evershade's fate, unfortunately, I'm sorry to say this, Evershade's been in the claws of these cursed families for decades. Longer. Maybe they can last another while. Maybe they can't. But the world is on a ticking clock. And not willing to sacrifice the world to save the city. He says that quite resolutely, but obviously he's not pleased to be saying it. It gives him pleasure.
it's like delivering bad news, right? It doesn't change the news, sadly. It doesn't mean that you have to be happy about it, yeah.
Yes, I'm on the same sort of sacrifice the one to save the many. I know how that feels.
It's not what I would like to be saying.
Yes.
But it's what we have to do. I don't see how we can risk going into the city for this wedding. The truth be told, I want to know. I want to see. I can't deny that I'm powerfully curious. But it's a hell of a risk.
You know what they say? Curiosity killed the owlbear.
It's terrifying because owlbears are horrible and murderous. So if curiosity managed to get the better
I'm
of it.
apparently curious.
Yeah.
That's the only creature I could think of that popped in my head rather
That's
than
good.
cat.
I like it. Our cat might have stung Vanguard more, actually.
Hmm.
I do like being a cat. It's convenient.
What's everybody's like ideals and flaws and all that? Anything that's gonna make these decisions easier for you guys? Have a look at that part of your character sheets. We'll see if there's anything that resonates with bail in this place or go into the belly of the beast.
Right, well, my ideal's greater good. Although it is, the way it's phrased sounds much more mercenary than it actually is.
Okay.
But the greater good, and yeah, I think that kind of fits.
Yeah, that's pretty much what you said, right? Like, you know, the world's more important than ever should. Which is what you said. And to get anything super controversial, it would be.
Probably the closest to the antithesis is my ideals of the rich need to be shown what life and death are like in the gutters.
Okay.
So, like, would not be against the coup. Or just burning the whole city to the ground, you know. If it's truly beyond saving, or...
But sort of go a different way.
Yeah. Cheers.
Glory. I must earn glory in battle for myself and my clan.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't really help in the situation. But you do have my bonds, whereas I will bring down terrible wrath down on the evildoers who destroyed my homeland. So if these people were involved, I would then be inclined to give them a sort of piece of my mind, as it were.
Well, here's a question for you on that note then. Does it bug you this place hasn't been touched by the invaders, yet your people were like displaced entirely from like their home mountain by them? That's strange.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
Yeah. Like that's something
It
to at
does
least keep
bother me,
Mm-hmm.
but it's more of a... They're a city. To my knowledge, they have more defences than
Yeah, but you haven't seen any
shamans
of those,
and stuff. And
like, so,
yes,
for
exactly.
example, like, your, like, city would probably have looked more defensible with what it had done to actually stave off the invasion, whereas it doesn't seem like invaders have even came here, based on how open the gates were and how ill-manned the walls have been. Granted, though, it is a city with walls. That is true.
Yeah.
Like,
would you say its gates were unbarred and unguarded?
Yeah, I would. Yeah, that glorious quote.
Oh, there are guards safe here.
Not great guards, though.
I'll walk past them with a giant rat. It's perfectly fine.
Eltris, anything in your ideals and flaws and bonds and all that?
Nothing that I think would really come into play here. My ideal says might in life as in war, the stronger force wins. And in brackets next to that it says evil, whatever that means.
Yeah.
And my are just like the
grand
enemy we faced in battle, still leaves me quivering with fear. And even the bonds itself is just like, I'll never forget the crushing defeat my company suffered or the enemies who dealt it. So I don't think anything that really would be applicable, if that makes sense.
If anything, you're kind of in the same boat as you know, Thoden, with the not much is tying you to the city other than the whole Crimson Mirror nonsense, but beyond that, like, it is mostly a case of you kind of just want to get closure
intrigue
on.
more than anything.
Well, it's about the invaders specifically, right? Because obviously Eltris lost loads of people to the invaders, so like his entire company. And he got to a place where he's like, I was sitting here to make sure you guys were safe, and there seems to be no problem here apparently. All my people died getting here. What's that about, buddies?
Yeah.
And you've obviously got Thoden. You've got my tribe have just lost their ancestral home. They go find somewhere new. I come here and it's all fucking smiles, sunshine, and weddings. Or no, not sunshine, I guess. Since it's all
My
overcast.
God told me to go a walk and find people to help stopping the end of the world.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine. It's always good to, like, if you don't necessarily have an immediate thought about a situation, always refer back to those for like a bit of a prompt. I wouldn't say you need to stick strongly to them. I would just say that use them as a guide, for obvious reasons, because they are meant to be prompts. So, based on that, what's the plan, guys? Where are you heading to? You are in control.
Vanguard has strong feelings and ties, as it were, to the top of said mountain. maybe we should start venturing towards, round, in Dead Mountain.
Okay.
To see if we can get to the bottom of something. The
You have
issues.
knowledge of this mountain, yes?
Some.
There's knowledge of climbing
Being-
mountains, but not specifically
Yes.
Barris. Yeah. Barris is known as the unclimbable mountain in all the kind of folk tales. It would potentially be a trip involving months to get up. Just so you know. It ain't a short trip. Unless you're an Ara Cochrane, don't need to sleep. No, Tom, you can't change your character.
You know, I was just thinking about it, and I was like, is that not one of the things that we spoke about? And then we digged on Elf. Did they speak about it? I feel like
We did, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That was one of your options. That was one of your 3 shortlisted ones, yeah. Right. So, what is the plan in heading towards, like, where you want to set off to get up Mount Barris? Is that the plan?
Yeah. Well, it's what I've posed to the group. It's up to them.
What's the plan? Because Fleabag, you were the only one that really seemed super tied to the city.
Yeah, and I think that the reason that I want to get it, the reason I want to be in the city isn't going to change. Like,
Mhm.
if someone else comes over and deposes Tanan, then that's the job's done. You know, that's my. I don't actually. My reason for wanting them gone doesn't necessarily extend to stopping them from hurting people. So, like, yeah.
Fair.
If we could,
As
that's
for
the
obviously,
return.
like, you know, Falcon, it just involves actually tracking Falcon down. Right.
Mhm.
Regarding that.
and
If only you had Sky right.
Such a useful spell.
I am sincerely curious. Like, it's not that I don't want to know. I just can't see my way around to caring more about it than about Barris.
Yeah, no.
And we've already delayed Barris because of this, hoping to get information, which we have now burned that particular bridge and aren't going to get it. So, yeah. As much as I would like to be let's go in for a wee cheeky look, I think I'm a definite no to.
I love that
that,
you'll
right.
trust Fleabag's disguise kit and I'll just go in like the worst form of, like, I don't know, bush drag, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
just wear a push.
Metal Gear cardboard box. Here we go.
That's optimistic, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, I know where Wenger stands. Fleabag?
happy to go.
Mountain? Mountaineering? Eltris?
It's BRB.
Oh my god. Obviously, so then your job is to go up the mountain.
Get them up the mountain. Yeah.
Yep. So I feel like that's your. Like, actually, quite fancy going to this wedding.
Right. You know what? Nah, I'm good. Let's go to a party. I'm good.
Eltris, what's your thoughts then?
Have the wedding.
Hit up the wedding with the boys or hit up the mountain? The
Get on the
unclimbable mountain.
tonic wine, lads.
Oh, I heard wine. Wherever the wine is, I will go for that. Nah, I don't know. Honestly, I'm in two minds about it. Like, out of character here, I'm in real two minds about it because I'm like, I don't know. It could be obviously a trap thing, you know what I mean? But it could be legitimate, and Sarah might need us one last time. I would get to see Sarah, which
Sarah is
was a
brilliant,
plus.
to be fair.
Yeah. So, I don't know. I feel like at the same time, like kind of in character, I feel like it's kind of like Vanguard and Fleabites, like kind of thing. Like obviously they know they've been there since the start, and I feel like the decision should be theirs.
Yeah, well, they all seem happy to go up the mountain. So
So I'll stay behind and see Sarah.
okay, cool.
No, I'm joking.
It's like you hand over
What,
Vanguard or
we're leaving.
Fleabites and go. So I'm the +1. They didn't come though. But I'm as you can see, I am on the +1 part of this. But if you've heard of me, I'm the Blood Prince. Oh dear, be good, be good. Sure.
Looking to see how you are. Gifts on the table.
Gifts for this wedding are a bad subject, to be fair. Mhm, mm. I was gonna say a grave subject, but I thought it was a bit much.
The Jeffs.
Hey.
Yeah, it is pronounced gifts. You're right. Also, get in the bin. Call it
Wow.
gifts. It sounds like a Alexander joke. That does.
I know, Colin wasn't even there for that whole palaver.
God, I hate that. Gifs.
I don't even need to be. The jokes just manifest themselves through me. I really have no actual input in them. They emerge unbidden from my mouth.
Really just a vessel for it.
Yeah.
Uncalled,
It's like
unbidden,
speaking
unwanted.
tongues.
Speaking of speaking. Yeah, so you head out to the mountain. Are you going to just spend the rest of today there, or are you going to travel and get to the base of the mountain tonight? What's the plan?
No one has ties anywhere. I would probably say, if we're all ready to go, there's no point in sticking about.
That's just a
I
waste of
agree.
half a day.
opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
get a move on and see what we can see.
Okay, trying to give me a survivor roll, and if someone helps you, you can do it with advantage. If they don't help you, you can't.
Anyone throwing a survival? Help?
I'll help. I'm a survival boy. Help you.
Let's
Is it best if like the person helping has like
No,
a plus something
it
for
doesn't
survival?
matter.
No.
It doesn't matter. Generally, I'd prefer you to be proficient in survival, generally speaking. If you're helping, otherwise it's less likely I want you to help them, but I wouldn't stop somebody helping anyway, because, you don't need to be that great to be that good. Not bad,
Oh
but
my lord.
that's a 26 and a 25.
Well done.
So survivor rolls are your thing.
So we're up the mountain.
The mountain just like tips its hat to you, bends over. It's like,
Yep.
I'm so sorry.
It's like the hill from Nightmare Before Christmas just unfurled.
Kid Jack. So, no, what this means is you just managed to navigate around all the natural predators that do prey on the surroundings of Evershade.
Okay.
Yes, that the group are somewhat familiar with in some cases. Like, keep in mind, poor Utior's brother was kidnapped by a giant bat.
Yes.
Which is not ideal.
I think I've got an artist's impression of some of those natural predators. Hold on. Yeah, there we go. Oh, it didn't pop up with the image. Fuck it. You can read the link. It's still funny.
Sure, yeah.
They'd be much better if I had actually just had an image to hand, but I just copy pasted the link like some sort of dunce and expected that to work.
So, use travel, obviously. It's probably late, whatever that means. Maybe it's becoming early, who knows. But you're probably getting to the part where these are maybe wanting to settle down for the evening, as it were. And you get to like the base of the mountain, where you can see a path up, and there seems to be a path and some like carved stairs into the base of it, so obviously some people have attempted to civilize the base of the mountain somewhat. Let's see. Who would be trying to like either set up camp, or would you try and push on through the night? What would be the thought process?
You all have. Right. Who doesn't have dark vision? Anyone? The Goliaths?
I don't think Goliath's had dark vision.
You may wish to camp in that case. Don't know.
If the
Travel by
journey's going
torch,
to
though.
take, I think if the journey's going to take weeks, possibly, then getting an extra few hours in the evening probably isn't going to make that much difference. Whereas it could lead to problems.
It's up to you.
Would be my cowardly Skaven approach.
Yeah, just tell me, is it setting up camp or is it pushing on? But arguably if it's going to take weeks and months, then you'll want to get as much ground covered as possible.
Yeah, I can see that argument.
It's about 50-50 in my opinion. You know, I do understand Alexander's
I'm actually inclined
concerns.
to press on, just because we're sort of doing this with a degree of urgency now. We finally sort of feel. I think like there's not something immediately in our face like the issue of Sarah Bellem.
Yeah,
There
it's
now suddenly the pressure, at least for Vanguard, I don't know if this is how other characters feel, but like at least for Vanguard, suddenly the pressure feels like it's on.
the Elchis just turns around and looks longingly back from a raised peak towards Evershade. Just says just into the wind, Sarah. Okay. So let's press on. Soden, you're kind of the Sherpa here. You gonna press on with the gang, or are you gonna just hold back things?
Oh yeah, I'm the first one. I'm the first one up.
Eltris? Camp
Yes.
or head on?
If Thoden said press on, didn't he?
Yeah, that
Yeah, and he's the one without dark vision. I've got dark vision and stuff. I'm fine with it.
I do have light cantrip.
And also probably
that's probably-
torches as well, if need be.
Yeah.
Yeah. Light's probably a more efficient use though, but torches is a nice backup. Yep. It's the handy thing
Yeah,
about
So
being a
need
cleric.
be-
Yeah. Okay, sounds like we're pressing on then. I think
yeah, 10 touches, yeah. So I have plenty.
okay, perfect. So use head up, start climbing the mountain path, and can obviously Thoden, you'll be leading, and I assume Vanger will be doing his best to help navigate. As per usual. Can I get Fleabite and Eltris? What are you doing while they two are doing the navigating?
Following?
Yeah, but like anything else, like it's just travel.
I don't know.
I spy with my rat eye.
As he looks for stuff to guess, you're just stealing things off of him. Is that the plan?
Oh no, my holy symbol.
Oh, I'll get that arm. It's just the line that I'll
That's the last thing I ever do.
Fucking throw me, will you? We'll see what happens.
I mean, I guess Fleabite is always sort of on the lookout for poisons and exotic-looking fungi that could be of use at some point.
Doing a roll entry check. Yeah, you can find like some supplies for your herbalism kit. Yeah, or whatever it is, your poison kit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you just pick up random things as per usual. To be fair. Eltris, you're just following along, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think there's much that I really can do coming up a mountainside, I think I would just be following on, just kind of maybe like, I don't know, keeping my hand on my sword just in case, just ready for anything. But
We've got good
all
survival
in
too,
all,
don't we?
just- What's that?
Yeah, but the
Yeah,
only thing is with travel, it's if you're busy doing something, you're busy doing something. If you're not, you're then free to do other stuff, right? Because
Yeah, that's fair.
it's just about what your brain's doing. And while obviously you are doing the job of navigating, you've got a Fleabite and Eltris that are able to multitask elsewhere. So are you keeping watch? Is that what you're doing, or are you just following
Yes.
casually?
Keeping watch.
Okay.
Keeping watch.
Can I roll perception then?
Fed that.
I will roll perception.
Yeah, not bad, not bad. Yeah, so you're kind of like, maybe you're like just behind them too. You've got your like hand on your weaponry just in case, because it makes sense. You're a soldier, right? This is what you would do.
Yeah.
And just kind of like keeping an eye out, probably slightly more paranoid because this is known as the unclimbable mountain. You've always been told by the people of Torque you go around the mountain, you don't ever attempt to climb over it. And Fleabite's probably just lagging a tiny bit behind as he's zigzagging between things that he's putting in his bag. That's probably the trail of the group.
Hey, Eltress, do you want to lick this toad?
Oh dear! I like that you turn around, the toad's 5 times the size of Fleabite though. It's a giant toad. Yeah. So, yeah, I think that's what we've got. We've got that scene. You're walking. It's always exciting, walking scenes. And then is thanks to Eltress. See these fine fellows. I just fix the map.
If you just zoom out a bit, zoom in.
Yeah.
Well, they look great and not bad at all.
Yeah. And
Ooh,
fix
hey,
the
pal.
map. See what's gonna.
Oh, look, they made me into a D&D character. Broken.
I sent them pictures to Thomas. What are you doing?
So yeah, I think what we'll do is we'll maybe hold off rolling on initiative next week. Yeah. Well, we'll end on that note, where they seem to be slightly disgruntled at the fact that they've spotted you, spotting them, spotting you.
What would you describe them as? What would...
They're very tall boys. They're about 10, 12 feet tall. Very rotund. Definitely a bit of giantism about them.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'd call them.
And as far as like names go, like obviously you get trolls and things. Are these called tall boys?
No, like Angela and
Jim.
yeah, you go Angela and Jim. I was gonna say Stefan. I didn't want to say Stefan because it's too close to Steve for my liking. So
It's
yeah.
a popular
You should have called one Steve, then it's Harbour. Like Harbour Town by Steve. This is Steve.
This is the by Steve. Hello. Oh dear.
actually pronounced Stevie.
Yep. It's actually Saint Eve, but nobody has been around long enough to remember who Saint Eve was. So yeah. Actual canon. No. What would you just like to call the session?
500 miles. Sorry. I'm blocking that. I'm on my way. Rabble.
One that I've written down for another time that I hope to make. I'll have to try and shoehorn in. Is Thieves' Might.
Okay.
Because I feel like there's a lot of layers that could work on one day.
We may.
Doesn't quite work in this one.
Okay, this is a terrible pun.
Would we expect any better?
Yes.
Okay.
I'd like to think.
It's not terrible actually, mate.
It works in multiple levels, right?
like
'Cause like Thieves in the Night,
like-
like Thieves in the Night,
Mhm.
obviously. But also, there's also the stock phrase like ships in the night, ships, sea.
Mhm.
The harbour town was called
Mhm.
Steve.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
multiple levels. None of them good.
Yeah, but there are definitely multiple levels, and I do appreciate that.
It's like a 4-dimensional shit.
Oh dear.
Sorry, I took your pun. I tried to one off it.
Yeah, like Saint Eve in the night. She was oftenly referred to lovingly as the Nightingale. Yeah. Oh dear. Mostly due to her flatulence, though.
I
Yep.
hate that. Hate it.
I thought it was alright.
In Eve's fire. The Elmo's fire.
Just to be terrible.
Never shoot.
here's a. You know what the option? Remember, I don't know if it's still like this, but on Facebook, you had to either be coming to event or not interested.
It's kind of what I said above, just RSVP. No.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, same idea, same energy. Okay, any other suggestions, or is this what we're voting between? Coffin not required, yeah. I quite like the emerald out, and don't ask me why, it seems to resonate with me. Because she's pretty much used the emerald in to justify just leaving. Yeet of the rat. It's also quite good.
Through the window, through the wall. That doesn't quite work. You know what? I'm gonna do what I refer to as a third level maneuver as a self.
Yeah, that's all I got. Right, folks. React to what you want, and we'll go for it, unless you've got any other suggestions, but let's wrap it up. Any other votes? There we go. Nice, thank you. Thank you, Fleepout. Thoden, Eltris, any other suggestions or votes? Thank you, Tom.
I got it.
Okay, yeah.
Obviously.
Well, I'm just gonna vote for like Steve's in the night. As much as I do enjoy Mile and the Emerald out. Okay. Anger, are you typing? This looks dangerous.
Oh no, sorry, I still just had the chat open and I
That's okay.
hit my unmute button.
That's okay. That's good. That's the one we're going with then. Like Steve's in the night. Okay. So goals.
Don't put it.
Always believe.
Convince Charleston to reclaim his house.
I feel like we've kind of given up on that.
I think you have.
Mhm.
It sounds like that's not a goal.
Maybe if we come back down the mountain and the
Yeah.
city's not a smouldering ruin, we can pick it back up.
Yeah, so feel free to chuck it back in the ideas pile if need be. Okay.
Do that.
I've already moved over the other two that were technically autocompletes. Right, so we've also got Uncover the Noah Glint secret. I feel like that's also probably going to get shelved.
Read.
Mhm.
It's a new day. Yes, it is.
And then Learn the Outcome of the Blood Prince ritual. I feel like that's getting shelved.
And I'm also going to say that mine,
Mm-hmm.
Biscuits, Bab the Blabenthacky
Yeah, investigate the Balem and Thaki connection. Yeah, that's right, exactly as you said.
Shelved.
Yep, I think earn the title of the chosen one. Like, how are we thinking about that, Eltris?
Like, we're going to a new zone. We can just put all these side quests.
Yeah, the new DLC's dropped. Yeah. Delete all the old ones.
That's not going to happen.
Okay. So, yeah, move it to the ideas pile or delete it.
Where's the ideas?
It's the first column, yeah. Copy, don't cut.
I was just copy and paste it.
That's
I just
perfect.
copied it and then
Yeah. So. Well, we finally did it, guys. We've cleared the entire goals.
Mhm.
Well done. New goals. Let's get some goals in here.
I consider that a victory.
It's an achievement.
It's like when you completely clear your like laundry pile.
Think of what browser history.
I think it's more like when you accidentally like clear out all 700 of your tabs.
Mhm.
I can't remember what more than like 6 of them are.
You finally decide you will never go back to the tab you have had open for 7 months because you thought one day you'll go back to it and you just haven't because it was a random
I am not
webcomic someone
kidding.
linked
I
you to.
just checked and I have stuff that's been open for over a year.
Okay, let's focus on goals. Let's get that energy into the goals.
Are you sure that's the energy you want?
To be fair, we know how long goals have lasted in all these games before, so aye, it's
I'm going to give you a good start. How
Okay.
about get to sort of people have tried this before, right? So I better phrase what I'm saying
Mhm.
carefully and make it clear what I'm trying to express. So there's presumably a point in the mountain to which people have been able to get to repeatedly, right? The future Eric would have been able to reach in his expedition that others have reached before.
I mean,
And then
arguably.
presumably there's a point where people just haven't been able to find a route past.
Okay.
Or haven't been able to endure the route past. What I'm going to say is, past the point that other expeditions have failed at.
So my only concern would be
How would we know?
aha, because surely that goal retroactively unsucceeds if you bump
If we
into
found
another.
like a
Mhm.
corpse flying around up the like, oh fuck, somebody did find it.
To hand back some
I
XP
suddenly
to the
feel like
gods.
way
Yeah.
less experienced.
Yeah, it's a tricky
Um,
one, but you could definitely have climb higher than anyone else has achieved if you had a way of quantifying that, which really I kind of guess means get to Barris, the city. That is.
I mean, that's definitely got to be one.
Yeah.
But I didn't think we'd necessarily get to it.
Why don't you
soon
start
enough.
with that at the top, with the general goals, right? Make it to the city of Barris, because I feel like that is a worthy enough goal that you may as well try and stem everything out from. We're talking umbrellas.
The other one could be find why it's called the unclimbable or unpassable mountain.
You will find out. It's just going to be an autocomplete. You'll regret climbing this thing very quickly. It's going to be horrible.
I look forward to it. Don't die. Is a good personal goal.
It's a terrible goal. You'll never get the XP for it.
It's one thing I want to hope for.
So, what's the thoughts then? Right, so what other problems on the way up do you foresee?
Falling off.
Fair.
Navigation.
Ooh! The bat that took the brother.
Okay.
We could look for his remains, I suppose.
Yeah, to see if that flew into the quote unquote mountain. If there was a.
There are, to be fair, many bat caves. I think we only.
Oh,
we
100%.
But
Keep in mind, a lot of the survey maps wouldn't have had a mountain, right?
Mm-hmm.
So just the caves on the ground, really. You could put down, find signs of Utior's brother. You could have that as a
In
goal if you
fact-
really wanted.
If any, in brackets.
Mhm.
Mhm.
just a thought. What about not even specifically his brother so much as just past expeditions?
Yeah, but like stumbling across them on the way is an autocomplete, if you see.
True.
That's why it's tricky.
Trying to find a way.
Is there a way you could like benefit from finding them?
I would like, for instance, to figure out really wrong.
Well, sort of by
anything.
definition, anyone that we find isn't good. Like, everywhere that people have been has not been where we want to go.
Or they have, and something stopped them.
Yeah, and there's a good chance it'd stop us.
Your main characters are the RP Alexander. What could possibly stop you? Total party wipe next session.
Yes, I'm the last remaining party member of the originals. Clearly, there's much to stop us. Something I was thinking is are we going to have to worry about like exposure?
Well, you know, as they were about a lot of things. Yeah, you're
Myself
climbing
first,
like a
alright.
hell mountain.
Because I was looking at the like the Goliath stuff, just the race stuff, and I did see that they have like resistance to that. I was like, oh, I didn't know that was something that we should have resistance to.
Mhm. Yeah, just think
Yeah.
real world things, Alexander. As
Mhm.
scary as that is to think in this game. Remember, the peaks go way above the mountain, like the cloud layer and everything. So, yeah. Keep in mind, Von Rune
I am
wasn't
a
willing to
dwarf.
just fly up there to do his own side quest for
20,000 feet
himself.
above. I can go.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Something ridiculous.
Secure O2 supply. What does that even mean? Um,
You're climbing to high altitude, including elevations above 20,000 feet.
reincarnate.
You're also
into like a
naturally
genasi.
adapt to cold climates, as described as Chapter 5. Blah, 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 blah.
Yeah,
So yeah,
it's a pretty nice racial trait, to be fair. It just means you are actually adapted to the mountains, which are nice. Makes you a very good
Yeah.
tripper, to be fair.
Yep.
It's a really nice end for this game, to be fair. I really appreciated that. Right, so we've got reached
You
the
wrote
city of
it.
Paris. I know. That's why I appreciated it. Hi, if you'd
Yeah.
wanted to play another race,
You
you
wrote
know I'd
that.
let you. It's just you
No, I
seem to
know,
like this
I
as
know.
well. Right. Eltris, what would you like to achieve on this journey?
Fine, Sarah.
Friendship.
Say that again, sorry, I never heard you.
Oh no, I just said friendship. Don't. It's okay. That's not a serious thing. Um.
Friendship
I don't
isn't
know.
serious.
Well, I mean, you know, it's serious, but like, not in this case. I don't know. Because I think obviously, I feel like the real obvious one is obviously just reaching the top and stuff.
For the stars.
Reaching the stars. Yeah.
A long
Um,
way to the top.
You want to rock and roll. Or
You want to kill a troll?
So, Eltris, what was your answer
Um,
to what you'd like to achieve climbing Varus?
oh, I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. I feel like Eltris would want. You know, what I mean, he's like a. big
That's the other
tanky boy. I
two
feel like
told Eltris why they're climbing the mountain. Anger and Fleabite actually said why these are climbing this mountain.
we have. We've at least alluded to it.
Yeah, Vanger said, you know, the plot is up on that mountain.
Okay, so if we're going to unpack that box, that means you've told him you're going to try and see if you can secure or destroy the last potential dragon egg in a city that might be mythical.
I wasn't going to go that far.
I mean, that's the plot though, so yeah.
Yes, but no. So what I was meaning is,
Yeah, so if
He-
Fleabite wasn't willing to share that, was Vanger? Because either way, you'd have had enough time
Yeah.
separated.
Yeah, absolutely. But he would have put it in slightly more compelling terms. So something that was a little less. Yeah, he would have phrased it more strongly than that, because Vanger has absolute conviction that that's what they're doing.
Okay, so at least Eltris knows that you're heading to try and get into the city of Barris that may or may not be real to try and get a dragon egg.
That we dealt with a number of times, people very skeptical about the idea of Paris.
Mhm.
Yeah, like no, I haven't personally, but like he being Fleabite has met Baru,
Mhm.
and I, as far as I'm concerned, have a divine mission, and also people with special knowledge about dragons, including Von Rune, have said that this is up there.
Mhm.
So, if Von Rune thinks it's up there, if the sage-like spiritual leader of Gith thinks it's up there, and I feel like I'm supposed to be going up there,
Yeah.
because that matters to Vanger, then I'm going up there.
And Fleabite still has a box of 3 crystals.
Oh yeah, I keep forgetting about those.
Yep. that Oridak gave you. The spiritual leader.
That's why we have a rat with a magic bag.
Mhm. And those were the communication crystals of if you find the egg, you could let them know that way, or also if you find other like pockets of Gith Zerai, then ideally give them one of the crystals so he can try and reconnect his peoples. Yep. So it'd be kind of cool if you met some Zerai on the way up.
Or some Githyanki.
Yeah. Why would they be on this mountain though? Weird. Another thing is Thoden as well, if you got to the top and it was empty, it's a pretty good spot to rehouse your people. Nobody's going to bug
Yep,
these
that's
up
what I
here,
was thinking.
right?
I
So-
was aiming either at the top, obviously at Barris.
It could try and
If
be...
that's the,
You could easily just type in find out if Mount Barris is suitable to us. Yeah. Mount Barris suitability relocation. That's basically what I mean.
B relocation.
how you
Because
spelling Barris?
double
Don't
R,
either.
BARRUS.
I always
Yes.
forget it. I'm sorry.
That's alright. It's fantasy, right? Like, I'll
The
just...
dwarves
yeah.
spell it with a single R.
Why spell it any better? Make altitude PPE. Fleetwood just makes themselves a giant plastic bag he just breathes into every day. Fill it up.
Put some sort of remote control wheels in your bag of holding. That would get you through it for a while.
To be fair, a tensor's floating disc would be hilarious.
Yeah?
I just don't know how that works, because if it always tries to follow you and you go in the bag, would it just orbit the bag? So the bag now has like a tensor's orbiting shield? Like, I don't know. It's a strange one. Yeah. Okay, so possible relocation in or upon Mount Barris. Perfect. Any other goals to put in? Because we got a lot of blanks. But I don't want to spend another lot of time on this.
I was going to say something maybe to do with the dragon egg. Could that be put in something? I don't know what exactly, but if
Decide
It's
what we're
I was
gonna
going to say,
do with
yeah,
the
that was exactly what I was going to say there, Colin. Yeah, perfect. I think get everybody on the same page regarding the fate of the dragon egg. So decide fate of dragon egg is probably a general goal. That's probably a very, very important one to resolve.
might be one that we sort of need to do once we get up there and get a sense of what exactly is actually happening.
Mhm.
Maybe we come to some conclusion that, oh, is misinformed or misleading us or whatever.
Maybe.
Would he do
If
such a
it's
thing?
safe enough, you can trust some Goliaths with it. Then maybe a village moving in.
Mm.
And it does take a village.
Yeah, exactly.
And then there would be
Well-
a society with a dragon egg. Okay, interesting. I like it.
Just
Mhm,
saying.
mhm.
Just saying.
Right, so we've got reach city of Barris. Visit the Barris prison. Oh dear. Oh, that's funny. But I do think decide fate of dragon egg is important. So that should be getting typed up in there somewhere. What else? Right, so you get the dragon egg. You've got Barras itself. The city, we've got that covered. You've also got, obviously, Thingy's personal goal, Thoden's personal goal of seeing if the place is suitable to like move his people into, because the idea of this being a dangerous place for other people, it doesn't mean Goliaths find it dangerous, which is good.
Yeah.
A hardy people that can survive in harsh environments, which is nice. Yeah. Anything else obvious that comes to people's minds that they think might revolve around the mountain, as it were?
I'm thinking survive the climb, but that's sort of a given.
Yeah, you kind of want
I
otherwise.
was
to
actually
keep him
thinking,
Yeah.
what about keep party alive because I am the healer and that is something that is feelable?
I can also heal.
How dare you?
Probably with higher spells.
Oh, rival clerics.
This is
Whose god's better? My god cries and gives his beer. What did your god do?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I mean, to be fair, this god gave him pretty bitchin' stick.
Yeah. If people go down, I heal them even better.
Gravely.
Yeah.
So, Vanguard, something like that could be your personal
I can
goal.
bring people back from near death.
It
I
can't
can
be like
bring people back from the dead.
it can't be a conditional, if that makes sense. So it can't be like don't let MD die, because then there's no win, right? There's no autocomplete to that. It would need to be
Well, it would just be like if you specify the duration, like for the trip.
then.
So if it was like keep them alive on the journey to Barris.
It would need to be to the top of the mountain, right? Because you don't know if Barris is going to be at the top.
Okay.
Does that make
So-
sense?
Yeah.
So keep
Uh,
entire party or keep party alive,
Till we.
top of the mountain. Then you can kick everybody off if you want once the
Yeah.
goal's done. That's got a qualifier enough. If everybody can see why that's like more valid, then don't die.
Yeah, there's a specific time frame in which I would have to do it. There is a specific way in which I can fail it,
hmm Okay.
so you can know whether it's been achieved or not and when.
Eltris, any personal goals? Anything super close to the heart? Build glider, go rescue Sarah.
And then earn the title of the chosen one. That's all like the one big goal.
Yeah.
Um,
I mean, if you want to put it in as the one big goal, it's got a lot of conditions, but it can be a goal nonetheless.
The chosen one, is that for the Blood Prince, or is that Sarah's chosen one to be her
Oh
husband?
my.
it's both.
Be
But
Sarah's chosen one is the new goal.
I'm going to type this in. Tell me if it's okay, right? I'm going to type it first.
You could just tell me what it is and then type it, yeah.
Nah, it'd be funnier this way.
Okay, sure.
That's it.
Where is this being typed?
It's in the goals page.
There.
New goals or old goals?
New goals.
New goals.
They don't speak of old goals. They are the old ways. So, at some point you'll... There we go.
There we go.
So the reason why it's a bad goal is you don't actually know if there's MD actually. Like, for Eltris, the people of Barris isn't a guarantee.
Okay, discover if there's people in Barris and convince them to let me be their chosen one. No.
Sure. That could be a goal if you want
Also,
it to be.
that one, if there's not people embarrassed, there then will be people, and I'll be their chosen one.
I mean, technically you are their chosen one. You were sent out to find this place. For
Yeah.
them, right?
You were supposed to destroy this.
Yes. You're supposed to destroy the mountain. So no Eltris. Any other
We-
ideas? Does MD have any Eltris based ideas they could give him? Because, yeah. Any thoughts
That's a
on
good question.
what a Storm Boy can do?
See if there is any indication of his group of people who have tried to climb the mountain. I don't know.
Eltris's people didn't try and climb the mountain.
I watched them all die.
Yeah, they all died going on the old road, which is around the outside, like the the ground level of the mountain. The old road's the road between Torque and Evershade.
Mhm.
And that's where they travelled to go check on Evershade on behalf of the King of Torque. And they all died on the way to Evershade, attacked by the Gith. And the only person to survive through mystery, plot, and lightning was Eltris. Coincidentally, the only elf amongst all the humans as well.
That's true.
Mm.
I can't think of a personal goal now that I've kind of ran away for the chosen one. A personal goal, but not really something that can be stopped, is maybe to stop running away from my problems.
Find inner peace on mountain.
It could be though, right? It could be find a purpose with the gifts you've been given, right?
Yeah, I suppose I quite like that. That's quite
Because that's
cute.
basically saying, how do I give myself worth going forward? What is my purpose meant to be now? Why was I spared?
Yeah. Yeah, I quite like. Can we go with that then?
Yeah.
I quite like that.
Sure.
I feel bad that I didn't come up with it and you did.
Do I have to feel bad?
Look at it this way: we're in the land of the
Milk and honey.
yes, yeah, we're Goshen. We're in the sort of the land of this sort of storm storm goddess based religion. We're going up a mountain. You have storm powers. Maybe this is a perfect opportunity for a sort of spiritual journey.
Spiritual awakening.
Pilgrimage.
So what was it? Fine. I don't know how to word this.
So, find. How did I word it? I don't remember how exactly I worded it. It sounded good as well.
It did. It sounded really good. Something to do with the gifts that I had been given.
Find purpose in life with the gifts you have been given. 'Cause it sounded with the fact that you hadn't died, right? So. Let's see if I can word something. So. Find. Or. Seek. Where the use or gifts given cause life spirit. See what I mean? Like that but better word. Find purposes in life with gifts I've been given. Okay. Yeah. Makes sense? Happy with that?
Yeah.
Sadly, since you've dated it though, it does mean that if you do only complete that 2022, you won't get the XP.
Find purposes.
I'm kidding. Fleabite. How are you going to do that? What is the...
I mean, there's got to be some things living on this mountain.
So what you're trying to say is you want to make cold weather gear? Out of
Yes.
things on the mountain?
I was thinking like a nice fur coat or something.
Okay.
Oh, okay. No, that's a lie. I was thinking of a bat wing suit.
Is this so you can go be with Sarah?
Like, I have had that glider image in the back of my mind for a while.
What about the fat of the giants?
Mm.
Sounds
But-
tasty.
Yeah, it would just end up licking it all off.
They're large. You wouldn't need all of it for a coat. You could make their skin, keep a bit of fat on it for protection, and
Right,
you
so
make-
just to
make it-
caveat that under the veil of TMI, what if you just have fashion, cold weather gear from mountain fauna? It's alright, isn't it?
And also, I mean, if you had particularly large mountain fauna, you could maybe keep some of it for food as well.
I think that's fair enough, right? 'Cause that's basically what you mean by altitude PPE.
I mean, to be fair, it probably would be considered an evil act to
Mm.
do that to a humanoid, so I don't
Mm.
think Vanger would do it.
Be
But
interesting.
you're not Vanger.
Yeah, this is very true. It's very, very not. You all happy with that one, Fleabite? Fashion cold weather gear from mountain fauna.
Yeah, I mean, if that cold weather gear also happens to include like grappling hook and wings, so be it.
Yeah, who knows?
No, rat man.
Just swoops down with his bat wings that he murdered many sessions ago and then just lands a bag on you. And you're in his bag of holding and he just scampers up. Right, any other ideas for general goals or are we leaving them for a bit?
I feel like there is.
It is like a
mileage.
massive chapter change, so I get that it would be a bit tricky to come up with a whole itinerary.
Like if we were able to come back and be like, yeah, Utior, sorry, but he's definitely dead. Like that feels like a worthwhile.
Yeah, like giving Utior closure.
Mhm.
There's a non-zero chance that are like bits of his bones ground to dust in that first cave we went to.
Like, still look, it's not a bad filler goal though, right? Like,
Mhm.
get closure for Utur. That's a good enough goal to slot in the meantime. It's not like you can't shelf it next week. Do you know what I mean? So, I don't mind if that's a thing. Okay, I'm gonna say going once. Any other ideas for goals coming up?
Yeah, give me 2 seconds to word it.
I want to spell Utur for you there, Fleabag. Are you good? Did I name his brother, by the way? I was thinking about this earlier, right? Did I name his brother?
Oh,
That was a while ago.
yeah, I think you did.
It
'Cause
feels
I don't remember what I called his brother.
No.
I have not looked back in my notes yet, because obviously I'd need to find the session number that he was brought up in, but I need to work that out.
What's
Sure.
in that?
Because I came up with some really horrible names for his potential new name that he might need if I can't remember what it was. But I was like, am I going to do that to this poor guy? Probably. Because it would be a horrible Evershade name. So,
It would probably be in the episode The Withered Spoon.
probably. Yeah, it'll be about then. So, I'll need to go hunting for his name at some point. If anybody else finds it in the meantime, please send it to me. Because I don't want to rename him if he's already got a name.
He has a third brother.
Got
Who's
further
really
up
his
the
sister?
mountain. Yeah. Right, sorry, we've got another one here, which is investigate mountain for info on blood prints or watchers. Just to see if they've got any.
Obviously, if they're running from obviously the town at the foot of the mountain,
Okay, yeah.
there's going to have to be some sort of
Okay, so just see if there's
info somewhere.
basically if they have a presence at all in the mountain or if
Yeah.
there's any interest. Yeah, sure. I mean, that's fair enough. That can sit for a
If
bit.
there isn't any, there isn't any. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
That's fine. No, that's interesting. Any other? Could we got one last slot? You don't need to have it filled, but if you can, we may as well do it now.
I don't
It's okay. Eldris, any more ideas? I'll just go down the list.
No.
Fleabite,
Uh,
any more ideas?
Be like, stop anyone from being downed if there's a fight with the tall guys.
I mean, it's already covered with Vanger's personal goal. Keep party alive till we reach the top of the mountain. Yeah. You could have, if you really wanted, be the first to kill one of the tall boys. If you really wanted Fleabite.
What quote unquote race would the tall boys be?
Some kind of giant kin. You'd definitely be able to tell that just by looking at them, Thoden. Like-
Yantkin.
Yeah, Yantkin. Yeah, horrible pronunciation. But some kind of giant, basically, or at least giant blood in them. But Goliaths also have giant blood in them, so
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Can I throw that in a personal goal as well? Sort of converse with the giants rather than try to kill them first. But that would just be a
yeah, you
Does
could just
that
have that.
defeat
You could
giant?
just have that as a general goal, right? It could just be a general
Mhm.
goal.
That seems like a worthwhile goal.
Yeah, like
Mm.
guess
it's
it's
like-
going to ruin it.
I mean, by all means, the second they get confrontational, I'll smack them. But because that's also one of my traits.
yeah.
What,
So
smacking?
Going to release it.
I suppose it could just be what negotiate
No, yeah.
peace with potential giants.
Yeah.
Something like that. Negotiate peace with giant kin. Yeah. Tall boys. That's good enough.
Tall boys works.
Yeah. Everybody else happy with that? Fleabite
Sure.
sadly
Wow.
puts knives away.
Law.
I'll wait for you to finish typing that up. We'll double check it and we'll be good.
How would I word that?
Just negotiate peace with
In our time.
or peacefully negotiate with giants or tall boys. It's good enough. We know what you mean by that at least. And there'll be no rest in peace, we negotiated with our weapons bullshit to get the goal complete.
Mhm. Aggressive negotiations.
So, talking is not a goal. Right? I'll just hit
Have
you
a
with
chat
that
at the top, please.
now. No, it definitely needs the qualifiers that I put in. And literally, the justification of this would be use chat to them, use get past them, there's no fight. Seems good enough. Yeah, it's alright. And then, once that's done, we will do XP, then wrap up chat. Just let me know when you're done there, Chris.
There we go. I spelled peace wrong.
No, it needs to be negotiate piece, it can't be try. Talking is not a goal, so that's fine. And don't worry about the spelling, we'll fix it in post.
Done.
Cool. Good. XP, everybody gets 800 from the autocomplete goal. Yatta.
Let's go.
That's easy. So it's just 37900.
Should
Yep.
be. Yeah. I mean, can you see why those two goals are arbitrarily the autocomplete for one? Because is Sarah home? Question mark.
Yeah.
Mm.
But we did our
Home
due
is where the
diligence.
heart is.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Plus, it was just neater to get, Thoden into the game.
Yep.
It's might have been a wee bit clunky on the verbalage, but I thought it was probably the best way forward. To be fair. And arguably gets to start the Barris chapter, which is nice. It's been a long time. Okay. Everybody got 37,900?
Yep.
900.
Good. When's the next level? Anybody know offhand?
This at some point certainly.
That is probably true. Yeah. Let me go to 5-year rules. Where are we? Level 9, 48,000.
It's a little while away.
It's not too far away. Not too
We need to
far
back
away.
Get that in one or two sections, you should be fine.
What was that, sorry, Colin?
Need to rack up those combat goals, boys. Don't try too hard with the. No,
Yeah,
I don't.
ask them if they've got like
Oh.
friends that can join in, or a clan maybe we could go more.
I mean,
Time to
by all
farm
means, I can
mountain
change
boys.
negotiate peace to obliterate all
Nah,
boys.
I said they are obviously like the successful goal's worth the same either way. So
Yeah.
any
Goals.
goal's a goal, as they
Yeah.
say.
This is very true. This
That's
is
not the saying.
this is the famous saying: "Any goal is a goal." Yes. Anyway, let's do wrap up chat, shall we? I think that's a good thing to do now that we've all updated everything that we need to.
I don't know why else that
Dear
reference.
gods. Yeah. Elstress, do you want to start us off, buddy?
Hello.
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 Yeah, it was good, wasn't it? That was quite something.
I think so.
I enjoyed the new guy. He's all right.
Yes.
It was quite. I think what I was going to say was I think not every session, but quite the majority of the sessions that since I started, we had a kind of 2 session that was basically combat. And then obviously, I feel there's been a lot of combat, so it's quite good to get the kind of role playing aspect down. Because I feel like most of what I've done was the kind of fighting with the cult and that. So it was quite nice to, but even at that, like to be able to kind of like sit back and see the story play out tonight. Mostly as me and Vanga were outside, it was quite nice and kind of seeing Thoden joining the party and kind of just seemed to come into it naturally. It was pretty cool. All in all, I enjoyed myself. Ryan, thanks for having me.
You're welcome.
I don't know why I make things so awkward.
It's not awkward at all. It's just
Um,
appreciated. It's nice to be. It's nice to be nice.
Yeah,
Mhm,
had
mhm.
great fun. But I can guarantee you, like next week, the first thing I'm doing is running my sword into one of those. But yeah, good. Yeah.
Yeah. Starts off negotiations. Eltris goes, I go into a rage.
Would you like to negotiate with my sword? But yeah.
My axe.
and
I have a hammer. I
Please
don't have an
don't.
axe.
Please
Aye,
don't.
thunderstorm.
Fleabite throws the rat. Half the daggers fly out of
Suddenly
it.
he's a cat.
Oh dear. Yeah, Fleabite, you'll go next, buddy.
Yeah, it's it was good to have new blood, and I did like the sort of the no nonsense interaction of not really like giving it an attempt to understand Fleabite and then being like, you know what, this isn't worth it, just go. That was fun. And
Being mobbed at the Emerald Inn, yeah.
yeah, I did consider like, oh, you know, do I do some like bite his hand, try and skitter out the way? But I was like, it's just more fun if you get the moment of chucking the rat at the building, and then the rat also gets the moment of trying to jump onto the
The roof.
roof,
Mhm.
which
Opportunistic
out
is definitely Fleabite. Yeah. That's good.
and I managed to stop myself all the way through from asking if they were relatives of the Stonebreaker tribe. And I think, yeah, it would be interesting to see. When I looked it up, I did see that Loxodons and Goliaths have the same height, but Loxodons are much heavier.
Mm.
But like of the height variety, or the height
Lido
range.
was 8 foot.
Yeah.
So
So that's like the max of a.
and also an elephant.
But yeah, either way, they're like 10 to 20 times Fleabite's weight.
Mhm.
So
It just really seems excessive to me.
So, like, mechanically speaking, I think they've both got the thing that Goliaths have got, which is you count as a size larger for carrying capacity and pushing and pulling stuff, whatever that's called. is
Oh,
it?
like orcs.
So, half orcs don't get it. I think orcs powerful build. I think it's called.
Orcs do, I think.
Yeah, I think it's called powerful build. Like
I'm
Loxodons
sure
get that as well.
What are they called? Bugbears get it also,
Mhm.
I believe.
Yeah.
I might be wrong about orcs having it, but I think they do.
I know they've got aggressive, but I don't know about that. But anyway, the point stands that the Goliath thing and Loxodons, aka the Baru, have the same powerful build. So in terms of who's bigger, it's kind of not really.
Mechanically, it's
Yeah.
the same.
They don't really give a
Overall,
shit. Yeah, they don't give a shit. I just imagine elephants look more imposing because they're elephants, and
Yeah.
not humanoids, because they've got obviously ear span as well, right? So their silhouette's probably more imposing. But compared to a human, they're both imposing. So yeah. Anything else, buddy? Fleabite?
I did enjoy the Banger's moment with the flowers.
Thank you.
It's like, that feels very much like what he would just end up doing whenever he sort of has a moment in the woods. And it's like,
Like, he didn't make flower tea or anything though. With the power he has, he just made like whatever was actually there and then showed
Mhm.
off with the flower, and then was like told it was a trick. And I'm like, oh. I was like, oh, that would have stung me. As I just quickly seen Vanger stand up and take the cup of tea even if he wasn't finished back up. Goes, well, that's enough of that. Oh dear. Anything else, bud?
Sorry, by the way.
yep, that's fun. Thanks for running.
Yeah, you're more welcome. And Thoden. How was that for you, buddy?
Yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed it.
It's me like, nah, I'm good, guys. Bye. Like-
No, I'm off. You'll not see me next week. No.
Hey, if
But
that
no,
was legit
I-
your response, I ain't gonna hold anything against you, bud.
No, exactly. No, I enjoyed it. It's good interaction with everybody. The knowledge everybody has about obviously everything they're doing is interesting as well. That I find fascinating. I do enjoy learning about this kind of stuff. So it's always good to have people who actually know what they're doing.
You can
in a
see
way.
why the character gens as in depth as it kind of has to be to try and prep you for this, which it doesn't really manage. Because then
No.
I throw you with Fleabite for a team up.
Yeah, exactly. And then I throw Fleabite.
Exactly. Mhm. See, get the ground running. It's
So
fine.
yeah, with that interaction as well, I was actually thinking more of sort of grab him by the scruff of the neck and drag him in. Whereas, like, you know what, I'll just throw him.
Yeah.
More fun.
The funny thing is, Sybil Fleabite is like one of the most equipped people to just never be grappled by anyone ever, which is amazing.
Yeah.
It's
Suffering.
yeah, and also just greasy, you know.
No lie.
Yeah, he's not a clean rat, sadly. Yeah,
But
As I
no,
said-
I appreciate you having me. It's
I think it was like that was probably my best forced intro for a character I think I've ever done.
mhm.
I'll be honest. Like CJ's doing the let's just skip to the part where it makes sense that he'd be with you. I think that's probably the best I've
Aye.
ever done at chucking somebody in, because it is tricky as hell trying to get people like invested.
I just sort of horseshoe them in rather than
Well, because when we worked through what we were building for you, coming up with obviously the connection to Utior helped me mentally so much. But I'm like, that
Yeah.
makes sense, because he'd have looked at somebody that was good at climbing mountains. You're a known entity in the world, the Goliaths, thus. You know,
yeah.
you can climb mountains well. You're looking for a new home for your people. That makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
You're basically using this noble to help fund your journey as well.
Yeah.
That makes perfect sense. Blah blah blah. And obviously his stuff fell through. Obviously went tragic, but you kept in touch with the guy, and they
Yeah.
knew him. Yeah, it was nice. It was nice and neat. To be fair,
Yeah.
it puts you aligned enough with the gang, which was good.
Aye. Yeah.
Anything else, bud?
Nah, I'm just looking forward to how next week goes.
Yeah.
I really want to go out and stab something and have a conversation with the folks.
It's difficult. You're like, I've made a character that would talk to them, because when we were working out your
Yeah.
character's personality, he does have lots of Uncle Iroh vibes to him,
Mhm.
which is interesting because it's definitely a tough love, Uncle Iroh, with the way you handle
Oh, yeah.
Fleabite. So it'll be
Yeah.
interesting to see how this next scene goes with the party. I think Vanger would definitely approve of the piece
The
first.
talking part.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll see how it goes.
That is something that should have been conveyed during the week chat as well, that you'd have got used to him, is the fact that like Theoden is meant to be like a kind of like thoughtful, deep thinking, you know, as I said.
A gentle giant, one might say.
You could say. I would never say that. But definitely
No.
you know, likes to think things through, but then at the same time action is better than inaction. So yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. That's good. I think that's what we saw, to be fair, as well, from how you played it for the most part. Take a bit of time to get settled into his shoes, as it were, but that'll come
Yeah.
with time. And then last but not least, Vanger.
Last and or least, I am I am Vanger, and I am now answering
Mhm.
your question, which
Thank you.
was my thoughts. I don't know why I did that little
That's fine.
meandering intro, but I did. Yeah, obviously we kind of had to cover a lot of ground
Mhm.
and skip past a bunch of stuff, and we chose to sort of skip past more than we necessarily had to. I think we're all at this point. I think Alex and I are eager to get to the sort of overarching plot that's been there since before Evershade. And there's a lot of intrigue in Evershade, and I totally understand why Fleabite would want to sort of go in and have a bit more of a hand in it, 'cause maybe he doesn't have some of the qualms that Vanger does as well, but like, and also he did actually have sort of pretty good motivation in terms of wanting to check up on Madame Emerald and we're gonna call her Falcon.
Yeah.
I always want to say Falco.
No, it's Falcon, or Falana, if you ask Madame Emerald.
So there's pretty pure motivations as they go, but there's definitely like Fleabite is more suited to that environment, I think, than Vanger is as well, which is a factor. But yeah, I think there's like, it felt like the pressing thing, which was like someone is in danger because of this, is now out of the way, and it was time So I'm glad that we sort of finally got on. And we got an opportunity for, as Tom's saying, that like Eltris hasn't really had that much of a chance to get to know people yet, at least not on screen. Off screen, yeah. But on screen, he's really only been in a fight with them and then a sort of high pressure escape. Not super high pressure because
He was kind of paralysed for a little bit of that too.
Yeah, exactly. Like, there's not been much opportunity to sort of sit down and talk in character. So getting the chance to do that was nice. And similarly, it was nice also for Thoden to get the opportunity to get to know Fleabite. So we kind of had a bit of an opportunity for our characters to convey themselves a bit to the newer members. And even though Thoden, wasn't there for what Vanguard was saying, and Eltris wasn't there for what Fleabite was up to, there's, we're still in the session, we're still hearing it all. Even if your character doesn't get it, maybe it helps you get a better sense of who these characters are.
Mhm.
I would hope so anyway, and I think it did across fairly well. Yeah, so I thought that was a nice little session. There was a lot of sort of character starting to come across, and I think as we journey up this mountain, that will continue.
Yeah,
For instance, it'll be interesting
excited.
to see how we deal with these giant folk.
Just amazed we started on the mountain. I'm gonna be honest. I'm like,
I one of the reasons that I sort of was determined was also I do have a distinct sense that we could get bogged down in Evershade for a further 20 plus sessions if we really wanted to. Evershade could be through this year, probably, if we were really determined. And I just felt like I need to get on with the bigger objective.
Mhm. Mhm.
Came to Evershade for this.
Mhm.
For the rigmarole text and things.
So,
Right,
oh, we're getting. Yep, there we go.
Some background noise, yeah.
Okay, it's muted. We're good. Aye. Anything else, bud?
No, I think that's me. I think that's. I think I've said my wee spiel.
Yeah.
So yeah, thank you for running, and thank
No,
you
you're
for
welcome.
being here, guys.
No, it was good. It was a good session for everybody. It was nice to get some obviously new blood in as well, and I think it went as smooth as I said it could possibly have went. It probably could have went so much worse, which is good. I am eager to see if there's any fallout from the rescheduled wedding. I'm excited for that, but also equally, Barris has been on the quest log for way longer, and I'm excited to finally get to Barris. Even if it might be 40 sessions away, but still, Death Mountain, exciting.
It's better than 60 sessions away, I think.
Exactly.
See the wedding. When was it rescheduled for? Did it say?
It was like that day or the next day, depending on how much time I needed. Because if you were going to go to it but wanted a night's sleep, I'd have made it the next day.
Right. Okay.
But it's not going to be months later. So you just get back down the mountain and get a new letter. It's like, wait, it's been rescheduled. No, I'm not that kind of GM. The wedding's going to either happen or not happen, and it seems like Tonan wants it to happen. So, yeah, it's definitely it definitely won't be a thing you can attend anymore. Now that these are up there, unless Eltris does manage to build that glider. We'll see.
To be fair, I do have something that could get him down.
I mean, yeah.
If you remember I
completely remember. Yep. I don't think I'll ever forget that. So, regardless of that, guys, thank you all for playing. We've updated your character sheets and stuff. We'll obviously check in next time, see how that goes. But until then, say goodbye, everybody.
Goodbye, everybody.